The time is now 9:04 a.m. Mr. President, you may call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It's 9 a.m. on March 25th, 2025, and we're calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select Interpretation, then select Spanish language, and finally click Done. At this time, I will ask our interpreter, Paulina, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Del público, se brinda interpretación en vivo al español durante toda esta reunión. Para acceder a los servicios de interpretación en vivo en una computadora, busquen el globo terráqueo que se encuentra en la parte inferior de su pantalla y elija el idioma español. Si se conecta a través de una tableta o un teléfono inteligente, busque los tres puntitos en la parte inferior de la pantalla, elija interpretación español y luego finalizar. Muchas gracias.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for those instructions. If we could stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll now move to honoring the life of and board member remarks.
Mr. President, may we take the roll call?
Oh, sure.
Supervisor.
That would help.
Thank you so much.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Corzo. Here. Supervisor Mueller.
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher.
Here.
And President Canepa.
Here.
All present.
Thank you for always having our back, Madam Clerk.
Always.
We'll now move to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any supervisors have comments or things to share for honoring the life of?
I do.
Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, President Canepa. Linda Tuchel passed away suddenly among family on Friday, March 21st. She was a dedicated citizen of San Carlos and San Mateo County for 53 years. She won the Citizen of the Year Award in San Carlos in 1993. She raised her two daughters, Laura and Ann, in San Carlos. And she began volunteering as a young San Carlos mother in 1972, particularly interested in Girl Scouting. She later became the executive director of the Diamond Crest Girl Scout Day Camp located in our county's own Huddart Park. She did that, remained at that helm for 40 years, long after her own girls had grown, ensuring generations of girls and women experienced the important values of scouting. There she became known as Ladybug. In addition to Girl Scout Camp at Huddart Park, she led the annual nonprofit San Carlos Hometown Day event for 2 decades. She worked along city staff, nonprofit organizations, schools, and a slew of volunteers in the community to pull off that memorable family event. She later brought that same brand of energy and professional role at Menlo College, serving as their longtime assistant to the president for 20 years. She was a personal friend, and we'll miss her very much.
Are there any other comments? Supervisor Gaucher.
I'd like to make a comment just to let everyone know today is Equal Pay Day, symbolizing how far into the year women must work to earn what men earned the previous year. It highlights the gender pay gap and serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggles for wage equality. March 25th marks the current state of the gender pay gap for women, 83% for full-time, year-round workers, and 75% for all workers, including part-time and seasonal. This means that women working full-time, year-round, earn approximately 83 cents for every dollar by men, a gap that persists despite advancements in education and workforce participation. We must continue to raise awareness about the ongoing gender pay gap and how the pay gap varies significantly among different communities, particularly for women of color. Here's the sobering data that reflects deeper disparities. For Black women, equity pay day is July 10th. For Latino women, equity pay day is October 8th. And for disabled women, women's equity pay day isn't until October 23rd. So this is my call to action, encouraging employers and policymakers alike and individuals to work towards wage equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Yes, Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you, President Canepa. I wanted to make a quick comment honoring the life of Via Malia Paulina Tu Ipu Lotu, a San Mateo resident and a San Mateo High School graduate who then returned to San Mateo High School as a beloved staff member and role model to current students, who sadly passed away earlier this week in a tragic car accident in the East Bay. She is deeply missed by her family and was just 22 years old, and actually was a really good friend of my younger sister at San Mateo High School. And so I know that community is grieving right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This morning, I'd like to honor the life of a dear friend of mine and my family's, Jan Mary Christensen, who died March 4th at the age of 77. She was married to Jim Christensen for 47 years and resided in Pacifica. Jan's greatest joy in life was being a mother and a proud grandmother. Nothing made her happier than showering her grandchildren with love, spoiling them with her specialty, and the word no was simply not in her vocabulary. Whether baking their birthday cakes, surprising them with the latest video games or outfits, or filling the living room with Christmas presents, Jan found her own happiness in the smiles of those she cherished most. A devoted volunteer, Jan dedicated countless hours to the schools and organizations her children were involved in. From Little League and Sarah Football to Terra Nova and St. Peter's Snack Shacks, she always found a way to contribute. She remained active and Good Shepherd. Jan was preceded in death by her parents, Richard and Jane Winiger, and her in-laws, Elmer and Bernice Christensen. She is survived by her devoted husband, Jim, her loving children, Terry Dahlberg, Jeff Christensen, Paul Christensen, and Mike Christensen. Her 11 cherished grandchildren, Megan, Matthew, Emiliano, Dahlia, Miranda, Jordan, Luke, Brady, and Prudence, and her 2 adored great-grandchildren, Jagger and Miles. Jan touched the lives of so many, and her kindness, warmth, and laughter will be deeply missed. May her beloved soul rest in peace. So from there, what we'll do today is we'll move to public comments. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting. For matters that are listed on the consent agenda and for matters that are set for closed session, public comment will be limited to 1 minute today. I'll ask the clerk to start with public comments from those in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have several comments from chambers before we go to Zoom. I'll start with Jim Lawrence, followed by Deacon Lauren P. McCombs.
Good morning, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghan and staff, and the general public. Let us all stand and bow our heads in a moment of silence to honor the life of Cal Vincent Harrison, who tragically died in our San Mateo County Jail on March 16th. So please join and stand me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I know I only have a minute. On behalf of his heartbroken parents, I ask, how many more lives have to be lost before we confront the preventable failures in our system? How many more lives? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We'll now go to Deacon Lauren McCombs. followed by Barbara Finnegan.
Good morning, President Canepa, other supervisors, and all others here this morning. My name is Lauren Patton McCombs, and I come before you speaking on behalf as an ordained minister in the Episcopal Church. It is with a heavy heart that I am here today. Kyle Vincent Harrison was 25 years old and died in the custody of our Sheriff's Department on March 15th. He is the sixth inmate to have died since January of 2023. When Sheriff Corpus started serving her term. At this time, I would like your full attention. As I name each one of the other 5 inmates, followed by a moment of silence. Michaela Zulapas was 25 years old and died on January 7th, 2023. Peter Edward McLaughlin was 64 years old and died on October 20th, 2023. Ronald Simons was 34 years old and died on October 21st, 2023. Anthony Harding was 23 years old and died on January 14th, 2024. Hunter Berger was 25 years old and died on March 15th, 2024. May God give their souls eternal rest and be with their families during these times of grief and sorrow. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Finnegan, followed by Benevolent California.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Finnegan, here with my colleague Nancy Canasano from the AAUW, American Association of University Women, promote gender equity through education, research, and philanthropy. Our topic today was Equal Pay Day. Thank you to Supervisor Gaudier with thoroughly discussing that, and the pay inequities that March 25th is how long women need to work to earn the same pay that men did by December 31st. We've been going to the different council meetings. We're coming to the board. We're passing our bookmarks out at the train stations, all trying to increase the awareness. If there was equal pay equity, there would be an increase of $500 million to our economy. It would decrease poverty of the working mothers and children by 40%. Thank you for stating all those other facts. I won't repeat them. There's a book card for each of you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Benevolent California.
First things first, in honor of Women's Month, the greatest woman I ever read about was Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt High School are the basketball state champs. They beat our local Reardon. The entire board is invited to Palo Alto High School next year, December 19th and 20th. Your teammate is going to have Roosevelt come up and play at Palo Alto at Peninsula Basketball Invitational. For me, life is an ultimate sport. I can enjoy life on the mountaintop, whether I'm at the San Mateo Convention Center, which is run very, very well, or endure life in the bowels of We Hope or Safe Harbor. I'm a one-issue person, homelessness solutions. My best solutions are on the back page. I am in awe of this board and all the countless issues you guys manage, and girls. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have David Fleischman, followed by Nancy Goodman.
Good morning, Vice President Corzo, President Canepa, Supervisors Spear, Gauthier, and Mueller. I'm David Fleischman, Executive Director for Seas of San Mateo County. I want to thank the board for your continued leadership, strengthening our early care and education system. Four Cs does many things. We provide child care referrals to families so that they can find child care that meets their specific needs. We do this in a number of ways, starting with our website with a searchable database that is searchable in every way you can imagine: age, language, vacancies, accept subsidies, type of care. There's a mapping function. You can also contact us by email or by phone through a third-party language service. We can speak with people in virtually any language. We administer child care subsidies to low-income families. We help families with children of special needs. We have a long history of collaboration and partnership in delivering services and providing advocacy for the field. And we provide deep support to the workforce, specifically family child care. I want to thank you for allocating funds for Measure K to support family child care. Our proposal in partnership with Renaissance center will strengthen San Mateo County's child care infrastructure by creating 60 new family child care homes serving 360 children and providing services to hundreds of existing family child care homes, including business training, one-to-one coaching, peer mentorship, professional development. The services will be provided countywide in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Portuguese. With the help of our community outreach partners, we'll be working to expand FCC access to Asian Americans, specifically Chinese-speaking providers, as well as those living and working on the coast. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we have Nancy Goodman, followed by Elmer Martinez Ceballos.
Morning, President Canepa, Vice President Corzo, and supervisors and staff. I'm Nancy Goodban. I live in Redwood City and vote there, and I'm with Fix in San Mateo County. Thank you again for your leadership, putting Measure A on the ballot. Now that it is passed, I know you have some difficult and challenging decisions ahead of you, and I am just hoping you move forward, that you're able to move forward expeditiously. I do think we need a new sheriff as soon as possible to resolve the kind of issues that we have heard from the staff. The captains don't have anyone really to support them, to have their back. The employees have the captains to have their back, but there's nobody really at the top level. And we see we still have issues in the jail. It's extremely understaffed. We've been having questions raised about religious services. We know there's a lawsuit against the county because people can't get mail. You know, San Francisco, Santa Clara, LA, they all get physical mail. And now we have deaths. We've had 2 suicides, 2 drug detox, and 2 other deaths in the jail. So thank you for all you do.
Next, we have Elmer Martinez Ceballos, followed by Jose Reyes.
Good morning, President Canepa, Vice President Corzo, and honorable supervisors. My name is Elmer Martinez Ceballos. I'm mayor of Redwood City, but I'm here in my professional capacity as communications director of the 4 Cs. I'm here to express our thanks for your support of this proposal because family child care providers are the heartbeat of our early learning system. They offer nurturing, safe care in home settings that feel familiar and welcoming to children and families. Many serve communities that otherwise wouldn't have access to affordable child care. This critical funding will strengthen these providers with training, coaching, and resources to improve their businesses and their care environments. And we're excited to see this investment move forward because we know what a difference it'll make for providers, families, and ultimately the children of San Mateo County. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. And that was for consent agenda item 21. Next, we have Jose Reyes, followed by 10 speakers speaking from the city of residents of Pescadero.
Changes going on, but I want to speak on some things that came to my attention. A lot of you know my case where
Excuse me, sir.
in jail, in custody, and I was there for all the deaths. I was there. I was in custody. So on March 7th, I filed a complaint. On March 13th, a complaint was filed to the county for $10.5 million
Mr. Reyes,
for slander and misconduct and allegations. Let me read this to you. San Mateo County Executive Mike Halliday filed a complaint, false statements, and wrongful conduct. I filed the same complaint dealing with assaults, misconduct by several police agencies, perjury, all of this stuff, and nothing has been addressed to me. I'm asking the board, are its citizens entitled to the same monetary damages as its supervisors and its sheriffs? Another sheriff is seeking $5 million for damages of slander. I'm a disabled man that got beat and hogtied. Here it says, hogtied by police following a death, they're banning it. Here, Lisa McGuire was contacted about my lawyers not handling my case. 4 margin motions were supposed to give me my police cams, gave me somebody else's personal files.
If we can wrap up.
Okay, we'll wrap it up. But I'm asking, are your citizens entitled to the same monetary damages and fairness by its private defenders program? My attorney My trial was in 11 days. Now I see why my attorney is allowing them to put me behind bars for
Jose?
misconduct and lies, because my case is worth way more than 25 million. And I'm
Jose?
asking the board, don't allow this.
Thank you, Jose.
All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, don't allow this.
Okay. Next speaker?
Mr. President, the next 10 speakers are from Pescadero, and they are all speaking together. We have Margarito Gomez, and then followed by Bernardina Medrano.
Through the clerk, can we extend public comment? There may be translation services. If we can extend it for 2 minutes instead of 1, that would be great.
Oh, sure.
For those who are Spanish
Paulina,
speakers.
would you like to come to the podium in case interpretation is needed?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hola, supervisores. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Margarito Gómez.
My name is Margarito Gomez,
Soy parte del grupo del Campo al Cambio.
and I'm part of the group del Campo al Cambio.
Estamos aquí hoy para asegurarnos de que se abordan dos temas.
We're here to make sure that you face two
Proyectos de urgencia para la comunidad de Pescadero.
we want emergency projects for the community of Pescadero.
Primero, queremos asegurarnos de que el proyecto del agua esté en camino de completarse para la primavera del 2027, como se había prometido.
First, we want to make sure that the water project that is going to be happening is going to finish by spring of 2027. That was promised to us.
El segundo, queremos pedir una actualización sobre el estudio que se iba a hacer en Pescadero para que sepamos qué zonas son aptas para el desarrollo de viviendas.
And next, we want to know what updates are taking place on the study that is going to be made for Pescadero, so we can know which zones will be most correct for the completion of the buildings, of the living area.
Mis compañeros y yo hemos estado abogando por las necesidades de Pescadero por más de 2 años.
My companions and I have been advocating for the necessities of that area of Pescadero, the Pescadero area, for more than 2 years.
Y seguiremos trabajando hasta que se mejore la vivienda o la vida de las personas en nuestra comunidad de Pescadero.
And we're going to continue working so an improvement on the lives of the people in our community in Pescadero is accomplished.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bernardina Medrano, followed by Alejandra Palacios. And Elizabeth, if I can ask for you to hold the microphone closer, thank you. That would be great. Sure, Alejandra Palacios. And then we'll take Yolanda Guzman after that.
Buenos días, supervisores. Quiero agradecerles por escucharnos. Mi nombre es Alejandra Palacios.
Good morning, supervisors. I want to thank you for listening to us. My name is Alejandra Palacios.
Estoy aquí porque tengo hijos en la escuela. Miro y escucho la necesidad.
I'm here because I have children in school, and I see and I hear what is needed.
¿Qué hay sobre el agua? Gracias por ayudarnos a aprobar este proyecto.
What's happening with the water? Thank you for helping us accomplish this project.
Nos dijeron que el proyecto comenzaría en la primavera, pero hace 2 semanas descubrimos que en realidad comenzará en verano.
We were told that the project would begin this spring, but in reality, we discovered it's not going to start till summer.
Por favor, ayúdenos a asegurar que sí se empieza el proyecto este verano.
Please help us guarantee that the project will be available for this summer.
Los niños ya tienen mucho tiempo esperando.
Our children have been waiting a long time.
Y con el calor y la situación de no tener agua,
And with the heat and the situation of not having water,
aún es más grave. Mi hijo juega deportes y quisiera poderse lavar las manos, enjuagar la cara sin preocupación.
the situation will be more severe. My child plays sports, and he needs to wash his hands and to rinse his face without worrying about that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Guzman, followed by Rogelio Nabor Martinez.
Buenos días, supervisores. Me llamo Yolanda Guzmán.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Yolanda Guzman.
Formo parte del grupo del Campo al Cambio y de la Comisión Asesora de los Trabajadores Agrícolas.
I am part of the group from the Fields Towards Change, del Campo al Cambio, and I'm with the advisory commissions for agricultural workers.
Estoy aquí para pedirles si nos pueden dar un informe de cómo ha avanzado el estudio de los terrenos en Pescadero.
I'm here to request that you give us a report on how the field study is going in Pescadero
para poder construir viviendas asequibles.
in order to build affordable housing.
Les pedimos, por favor, que no se olviden que Pescadero existe.
We ask you please to not forget that Pescadero exists.
Y tiene mucha necesidad de vivienda.
And there's a lot of need for housing there.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Rogelio Nabor Martinez, followed by Elvira Medrano.
Hola, buenos días, supervisores.
Good morning, supervisors.
Mi nombre es Rogelio Nabor Martínez. Soy parte del grupo del Campo al Cambio y de la Comisión de Asesora de los Trabajadores Agrícolas.
My name is Rogelio Nabor Martinez, and I am also part of the group del Campo al Cambio from the Field Towards Change and the Advisory Committee for Agricultural Workers.
La razón por lo que estoy aquí es para preguntarles sobre el estudio de terrenos en Pescadero.
I'm here to ask you about the Pescadero study.
El año pasado nos dijeron que este estudio ya se había empezado.
Last year we were told that investigation or study had already started.
Pero no hemos oído nada más sobre este proyecto.
But we have heard nothing else about this project.
Queremos saber cuál terreno sería ideales para las viviendas en Pescadero.
We would like to know what will be the ideal sites for construction of housing in Pescadero.
La situación de las viviendas en Pescadero es una emergencia.
The situation of housing in Pescadero is an emergency.
Hay muchas personas como yo que vivimos en muy malas condiciones.
There are many people like myself who live in very bad conditions.
Por eso queremos saber qué tan importante es esta comunidad para ustedes.
That's why we want to know how important is our community for you.
Ya estamos cansados de tanta promesa que no resulte en acción, perdón.
We're very tired of promises that don't result in action.
Nosotros como grupo del Campo al Cambio estamos dispuestos a trabajar con ustedes para traer vivienda a Pescadero.
We, as our group del Campo al Cambio, are ready to work with you to bring housing to Pescadero.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Elvira Medrano, followed by Maria Zavala.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Elvira Medrano. Yo he trabajado en agricultura y como ama de casa.
My name is Elvira Medrano. I have worked in agriculture and also as a homemaker.
Tengo 3 hijos y tengo 27 años viviendo en la comunidad de Pescadero.
I have 3 children and I've been living in the Pescadero community for 27 years.
Estoy aquí porque he dedicado tiempo a organizarme en apoyo de la extensión del agua de la escuela.
I'm here because I've dedicated time to organize in support of the expansion of access to water for schools.
En el año 2023 no fui a trabajar por ir a Santa Cruz.
In 2023, I didn't go to work. Instead, I went to Santa Cruz,
donde estaba reuniéndome con la Comisión Costera.
where I met with the Coastal Commission.
Ahí hablaron sobre la necesidad de nuestros niños.
And there we spoke about the needs that our children have.
Escuché al supervisor Ray Mueller y a otros miembros del condado hablar sobre la urgencia de este proyecto.
I heard Supervisor Ray Mueller and other members of the county talk about the urgency of this project.
Ahora quiero saber dónde está en ese proceso.
I'd like to know where are we in this process now,
ya que se ha retrasado este proyecto.
because this project has been delayed.
Y quiero saber cómo están.
And I would like to know
comunicándose con la comunidad.
And how are you communicating with the community?
Creo que es muy importante que ustedes mantengan la comunidad informada en este proyecto.
I believe it's very important that you keep the community informed about this project,
incluyendo cuando hay retrasos.
Also when there are delays.
Quiero que la comunidad tenga confianza.
I would like for the community to have trust.
En este proyecto se completará.
To have trust that this project will be completed.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria. Next we have Guillermo Martinez, followed by Estela Antonio.
Muy buenos días, supervisores.
Good morning,
could you move the microphone
Mi
up
nombre
for
es Guillermo Ramírez.
My name is Guillermo Ramirez.
Soy parte del grupo del Campo al Cambio.
I am part of the group called Del Campo al Cambio.
Estuve aquí el año pasado en diciembre
I was here last year in December.
y les diré una vez más de lo que dije ese día.
And I will tell you once more what I said that day.
Yo he vivido y trabajado en pescadero por más de 24 años.
I've lived and worked in Pescadero for more than 24 years.
Trabajado para el mismo rancho y para el mismo dueño de una gran compañía de agricultura.
I worked at the same ranch for the same owner, which is a big agricultural company.
Estoy muy orgulloso de trabajar que hago en la agricultura.
I'm very proud of the work I do in agriculture.
Pero entiendo que en pescadero siempre ha sido para el negocio de la agricultura. Pero nunca ha sido para la persona que trabaja la tierra.
But I do understand that Pescadero has always been for the big agricultural business, but never for the people who work the land.
Si hablas con personas en pescadero, escucharás que pescadero es solo para personas que tienen mucho dinero.
If you talk to people in Pescadero, you will hear that Pescadero has been or is only for people who have a lot of money.
Que nunca debe de soñar algún día tener una vivienda digna en esta área.
That you shouldn't really dream about one day having dignified housing, decent housing in this area.
Pero no puedo evitar soñar, tal vez sea porque paso muchas horas trabajando.
But I just can't stop from dreaming, perhaps because I spend a lot of hours working.
Fuera de mi mente no puedo evitar soñar.
I'm working outside, my mind can't avoid dreaming.
Pero yo sé que Pescadero puede ser un lugar donde los trabajadores agrícolas pueden vivir de manera digna.
But I know that Pescadero can be a place where agricultural workers, farm workers, can live in a decent way.
Por favor, ayúdenos a traer viviendas en Pescadero. Muchas gracias.
Please help us bring more housing to Pescadero. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Estela Antonio, followed by Bernardino Medrano.
Buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Estela Antonio Martínez. Trabajé 4 años en Blue House y ha trabajado más de 25 años en Pescadero.
Good morning, Supervisor. My name is Estela. I have worked for 4 years at a Blue House Farm, and I have worked for more than 25 years as a farm worker in Pescadero.
Hace unos años yo viví con 9 familias en una casa con 9, 9 cuartos y 9 familias y nomás teníamos 2 baños y 2 refrigeradores.
About a few years back, I lived in a house with 9 families in 9 rooms with only 2 bathrooms and 2 stoves, 2 refrigerators, 2 stoves.
Y yo apoyo viviendas asequibles porque no quiero que otras familias como yo viven.
I support affordable housing because I don't want other families to live the way I lived.
Yo sigo viviendo a esta junta para pedir que ustedes apoyen viviendas para familias de bajos recursos en Pescadero.
I keep coming to this meeting to ask that you support more housing for low-income families in Pescadero.
Y gracias por su atención.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have 2 more speakers before we go to Zoom. And next we have Bernardina Medrano, followed by Estefania Nunez.
Hola, mi nombre es Bernardina Medrano.
Good morning, my name is Bernardina Medrano.
Yo soy del grupo del Campo al Cambio.
I'm part of the group del Campo al Cambio, from the fields towards change.
Yo soy parte de este grupo porque quiero ayudar a las personas que viven en Pescadero a tener un hogar digno.
And I take part in this group because I'd like to help people who live in Pescadero to have decent housing, a decent home.
Yo he vivido en Pescadero por más de 17 años.
I've lived in Pescadero for more than 17 years.
Y nunca he visto al condado intentar hacer viviendas en esta comunidad.
And I have never seen the county try to build more housing in this community.
Yo siempre he vivido compartiendo vivienda.
I've always lived in shared housing.
Nunca he sabido de una privacidad en el hogar.
I've never known what privacy in the home is.
Pero voy a seguir trabajando.
But I will continue working.
Estoy motivada en el grupo del Campo al Cambio.
I'm motivated to be part of this group, del Campo al Cambio.
Y tengo mucha esperanza en nuestro supervisor Ray Miller.
And I have a lot of hopes in our supervisor Ray Mueller.
Y en otros supervisores.
And other supervisors.
De que nos apoyarán para hacer más viviendas que tanto necesitamos.
That you will support us in bringing more housing that we so need.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. And next we have Estefania Nunez.
Buenos días, supervisores.
Good morning, supervisors.
Mi nombre es Estefanía.
My name is Estefania.
Soy parte de la comunidad de Pescadero.
I'm part of the Pescadero community.
Soy parte del grupo del Campo al Cambio.
I form part of the group del Campo al Cambio.
Y estoy aquí por el proyecto de la extensión del agua.
And I'm here to speak about the project of water extension.
Es muy importante para mí.
It's very important for me.
Y tengo algunas preguntas.
And I have a few questions.
¿Quién es la persona encargada de garantizar que la comunidad reciba actualizaciones oportunas sobre este proyecto?
Who is the person in charge of making sure that the community receives timely updates about this project?
¿Con qué frecuencia nos actualizarán?
What will be the frequency of the updates you'll be giving to us?
¿O la persona a cargo se reunirá con nosotros en persona o ¿encontraremos esta información en línea?
Will the person in charge be meeting with us in person, or will we be able to find this information online?
Se está trazando extender el agua a la escuela por causa del proyecto de la extensión de los bomberos.
Is the water extension project for schools being delayed because of the firefighters project?
Y quiero saber si nuestra comunidad realmente puede contar con su apoyo en este proyecto.
And I'd like to know whether our community can really count on your support for this project.
Y que nos apoyen con la vivienda en Pescadero.
Also, please support us with housing in Pescadero.
La verdad tampoco no he tenido la oportunidad de vivir sola, siempre he compartido y la verdad es difícil.
Truth be told, I have never had the opportunity to live alone. I've always shared housing, and it's very difficult.
Y realmente no salen rentas, pero las que salen son muy caras.
There are places to rent, but those are very expensive.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. We have one additional speaker, Maria Zavala.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María Juana Zavala.
My name is Maria Juana Zavala.
Y soy también parte del grupo Al Cambio.
And I'm also with the group, El Cambio al Cambio.
Hola, supervisores. Gracias por sus esfuerzos para que se apruebe la extensión del agua para la escuela de Pescadero.
Hello, supervisors, and thank you for your efforts to approve the water extensions for schools, for the school in Pescadero.
Escuché que la construcción de este proyecto empezará este verano.
I heard that the construction of this project will start this summer.
¿Nos podrían dar más detalles?
Could you give us more details?
Como una fecha exacta.
Such as an exact date of start.
Yo he estado apoyando este proyecto en juntas públicas desde que fui a abogar en frente de la Comisión Costera.
I have been supporting this project at public hearings and public meetings since I went to show my support in front of the Coastal Commission.
Y también estuve en la junta de LAFCO el año pasado.
And I was also at the LAFCO meeting last year.
En noviembre.
In November.
Y me siento muy orgullosa.
And I feel very proud
que podemos ver los frutos de los pequeños esfuerzos.
We can see the fruit of these small efforts.
Me siento muy feliz por los estudiantes.
I'm very happy for the students.
Y por mi hijo que va a cumplir 17 años.
And happy for my son who will be 17 years old.
Como dijo la compañera, cuando juegan deportes, eso no está aquí, pero para que puedan lavarse sus manos y su cara.
Like my colleague was saying, it's so important when they play sports. It's important for them to be able to wash their hands and their face.
Y así van a poder tener agua limpia y potable.
That way they can have clean drinking water as well.
Y espero escuchar de ustedes sobre los avances de este proyecto.
I hope to hear from you about how this project is progressing.
Y hay muchas personas en Pescadero que también esperan información sobre este proyecto.
There are many people in Pescadero who are also waiting for more information about this project.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Y también apoyo las casas asequibles.
I also support affordable housing.
Porque hay muchas personas que necesitan renta.
Because there's a lot of people that need to rent.
Y muchos de los que rentan.
And many of those who rent.
Solamente quieren 2 personas y todas las personas tienen un hijo o 2.
Many of the places that rent to people, they only want 2 people living in a place, and a lot of us have children, at least 1 or 2.
Y es muy triste escuchar esto.
And it's very sad to hear that.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
President Canepa. Supervisor Mueller. So I'm going to need translation. You can translate there. So I want to thank everyone for coming today. It's awesome to see your advocacy on this issue. And it's not every day that people come and advocate when there's a delay from spring to summer. So it's awesome to see you come here and keep pushing. As you know, I went with you. I actually went before the first to the Coastal Commission to push to get this water project moving. And I can tell you, I just saw on Friday the architect in this project, Tarrant County Center, working on this project. So I believe this project is going to start in summer. The next thing I'd share is the housing study, which I pushed for here at the board. I'm looking at Mr. Monowitz and those who did it. We hired someone to do that study, and we're expecting actually to get that study back in early summer. So I can go ahead and explain it to you, go ahead and bring it to you then. The other thing I'd say is with respect to communication on the project, there have been multiple meetings in Pescadero on this project at the PMAC, the Pescadero Municipal Advisory Committee, and I've seen members of Puente there. So we want to make sure your group gets that information too when those happen, because there have been meetings since the last time I saw you and today where it was discussed at the Peninsula Municipal Advisory Committee. So we'll make sure that we also get that information independently to your group. But I just want to say how great it is that you're here. We are working very hard to bring housing to Pescadero. To bring some more affordable housing, farm worker housing to Pescadero. Another project that the county is doing right now is it's looking at actually, the state is studying with the county whether or not to bring water to the new Puente site that it purchased for affordable housing. However, I do want to let everyone know in advance, in talking about that with Mr. Wanowitz in the county, that may actually have to go to a county-wide vote before that could happen. And so I wanted to make sure everyone is aware of that in advance. But we are working very hard on these issues. And I commend you for coming today. I feel badly you had to come all this way. If I'd known you wanted to talk about these issues, I certainly would have come and met with your group. But I want you to know we're working very hard on all of these things. Thank you.
Are there any additional public comments on other items?
Yes, Mr. President. We do have some speakers on Zoom that we can go to at this time. I do see 3 hands raised. So we can start with Martin Fox, followed by Forensic Mama. Martin, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Canapa and my fellow veteran county attorney, Mr. Newland, Supervisors Spear, Corzo, Mueller, and Mateo, and County Executive Mr. Kaplan. Thank all of you for your service to the county. Please make county safer and healthier for persons undergoing service to employees and their families by supporting the rigorous implementation of the Governor's Trademark Program, which includes the immediate implementation of Senate Bill 43. Make We Are Good Action a passage of the repeal of the Land Grant Use of Chart Act, a top on the state legislative priority in defunding all the disability rights California law foundation Silicon Valley will defend the immoral Land Grant Use Chart Act, and top on the federal legislative priority. California's residents needed orthopedics-inspired compassionate mental health treatment system. California's Land Grant Use of Chart Act of 1967 is one of the 10 worst involuntary mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. Please get it repealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Next, we have Forensic Mama, followed by Brenda McNabb. Forensic Mama, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Thank you, Lisa Gaucher, for being the only publicly funded woman to show empathy to a grieving mother. I've not heard anything about the contact with the VA, WAC staff, regarding just the reason to have my precious 13-year-old daughter strangled, hogtied, suffocated, to have her face smashed into plexiglass, to be drugged and locked up after seeing her dad strangle me, and seeing WAC staff agents put me in jail for protecting my daughter from her violent dad. Watch the videos. Every day my daughter and I are deprived of each other is a day we can never get back. The illegal private public defender's office is being sued by Rodney Sorensen for lying to their clients, for not providing a competent defense of the clients, and colluding with VA WAC staff for coerced convictions of innocent parents using duress and undue influence, which is so evil. WAC staff has defamed my good character, and I can't get a good job. The evil private public defender has not expunged my record. This board and Mike Calabrini prove you can remove elected officials to succeed Wagstaff. It is harming countless parents and their children. He must be removed immediately, so take those steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda McNabb, followed by Sid Young. Brenda, please unmute and begin. Thank you, Brenda. We'll now go to Sid Young. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Sherry. Board of Supervisors. I've been listening to all the public comments, and this comment's going to seem minor compared to some of the other bigger issues that San Mateo County has in the unincorporated areas. But there's another unincorporated area that's underfunded, and that's the Montero, Moss Beach, El Granada, and Miramar areas, considered the mid-coast, which poor Ray Mueller has to deal with because we don't have a city council that represents us, so he's our only voice to get anything done and needs funding for anything we need. And we pretty much go without. And it's common knowledge in our area that when we ask for something, it's pushed off by the other supervisors as stuff that needs to be funded, not through Measure K, but through the county funding process. So think of that next time you're putting your budget together.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I see no other Zoom hands raised.
Great, thank you very much. I want to thank all those who shared their comments. We'll now take action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda. Before we vote on the consent agenda, I've been asked by the Department of Housing to read an oral summary regarding item number 26 of the consent agenda, which establishes the salary of the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the County of San Mateo. Pursuant to the action contemplated in item 26, the Executive Director will receive a biweekly salary range of $6,565.60 to $8,207.20 from July 21, 2024 to October 1st, 2024, and a biweekly salary range of $6,893.60 to $8,617.60 from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. The Housing Authority of the County of San Mateo is fully funded by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Colleagues, before I ask for the motion to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda, I'd like to move to the regular agenda, item 37 and 39, and we'll take that after the agenda. So with that, can I get a motion to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda?
Mr. President, could I actually ask for one other really quick amendment to the consent agenda? And this relates to item 27. It's come to my attention that, and this item involves the salary, again, for the Executive Director of the Housing Authority. And it has come to my attention there were a couple of minor typographical errors in the resolution that accompanies this item. Specifically, the resolution for item 27 states that the biweekly pay of the Executive Director from October 1, 2024 to September 30th of 2025 at Step A is $6,894. Actually, the amount should be corrected to $6,893.60, so about a 40-cent difference there. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. The memorandum is actually accurate as to that point. And the resolution also states that the biweekly pay for the Executive Director for October 1, 2024 to September 30, 2025 for Step D is $8,150.60. However, the amount should be corrected to read $8,150.40. Again, a 20-cent difference there. The memorandum's correct. I just was hoping that the motion would authorize us to make those very minor corrections.
Okay, great. With that being said, do we have a motion on those items? So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Wonderful. May I have a roll call, please?
Great. Motion made by Supervisor Gaucher, seconded by Supervisor Corzo to move or to approve the consent agenda with the exception of moving item 37 and 39 to the regular agenda, including amendments to item 27 for the biweekly Step A as mentioned by Attorney Niblin, and also amendment to Step D, both of those a 40-cent difference as he mentioned. And I will go ahead and take the roll call vote to also approve consent agenda and the other consent agenda items. Oh, yes, please.
Correct. And so just to add that, we talked about moving to the regular agenda, items 37 and 39.
And 37 and 39, yes.
Okay.
Great. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo? Yes. Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
and President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We'll now move to presentations and awards. We have 6 of these items today. We'll start with item 1, which is a presentation of a resolution honoring and commending Luis Rogers upon her retirement as San Mateo County Health Chief. I'm sponsoring this item, and I'll start off with some remarks. But before I do that, we'll go to Mr. Callaghy.
Oh, thank you, President Canepa and members of the board. You know, it is truly an honor for me to recognize someone so special as Louise Rogers. I think that, you know, when we look back in history of this county 50 years from now, everyone will recognize that Louise Rogers' legacy has been etched in her work and in the lives that she saved during the pandemic. We were fortunate enough to have the right person in the right seat during one of the most critical time this county has ever faced. She did it with calm, cool collectedness. She was there every day and stood up in the face of uncertainty. We all know what she did during the pandemic and her leadership and guidance. But really for Louise and for me, it's the day-to-day excellence that I got to witness. It was amazing, her grasp of the health system and all the intricacies of that system. Every issue she had full command of. She had an answer for. She was not someone who came with problems without solutions. It was an absolute honor to work side by side with Louise. I can only say that I don't think the people of this county will ever fully understand how well they were served by your years of service with the county. And we were all lucky to serve side by side with you. We're so excited. It's bittersweet for certainly for me. It was a day that I always dreaded, you walking into my office. I knew it was going to come at some point in time, and so I'd always close the door when I saw you coming. But I knew it was going to happen one day. But I am very, very happy for you, your husband, your boys, and the rest of your family who will now get you back and get more of you full time. You have done a great, great service to this county, and we're just so lucky to have you, Louise, as the Chief of Health for San Mateo County. You will go down in history. Your legacy is established here. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other board members who want to make comments about Louise? Yes. Supervisor Corso.
Louise, it's truly been an honor to work with you. Our 8 a.m. monthly medical center board meetings were a blast. But honestly, I want to thank you for being so responsive to all of the different areas that my team and I wanted to explore with the medical center. And it was a lot of learning. It still is a lot of learning. Public health is such an important part of not just our community, but also the biggest line item in our budget as a county, and that means that it's a little complicated at times. But it's truly been an honor learning from you, working with you, and I'm excited that all the care and heart that you've put into the work that you do now gets to be focused on yourself and your family. And I hope you have a blast and you travel and you do all of the things that like fill your cup. As someone that has been in public service for so long, I think it's hard to kind of turn that page, but you deserve it. You have earned it. So thank you so much. And I'm sorry I missed your party last week. I was sick, but I'm glad you're here now. And thank you, President Canepa.
I just want to say thank you. I mean, when I think of you, I just think of professional. You're just so professional, and the dedication that you have to your patients and also to your staff. And I, on a personal note, want to thank you for your patience, explaining to me tough topics, and taking the time to really teach me. I really am very grateful for it.
Louise, thank you so much, excuse me, for your leadership. during the pandemic, I was in East Palo Alto serving as a council member. San Mateo County was the first county that brought everyone together under your leadership to talk about and right the ship when it came to COVID. You know, under your leadership, we made sure that underserved communities received the vaccines needed as well. So that meant a lot to us. You saved a lot of lives. You helped our sanity in many cities because you were there for us. We will miss you. Thank you. I only was able to work with you for the short time here, but I know the work that you've done to help many of our communities. Congratulations on your retirement.
Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I had the great fortune of spending some time last week to celebrate your extraordinary leadership, Louise. As I think back at your career, the word professionalism is the word that comes to my mind as well, total professionalism. You have a can-do attitude that was refreshing to experience day in and day out, and your unflappable nature under extraordinary circumstances sometimes. You've reminded us of our responsibility to provide quality health care to all, and we will be forever indebted to you. And I remember tabulating how many more lives were saved in San Mateo County at one point during COVID. And as a result of your work, thousands of people did not die because you showed such incredible leadership and were willing to step out beyond what maybe others would not have to make sure that we had a very safe environment, and we will be forever indebted to you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Spear. Louise, just really want to thank you. You know, I was reflecting, you know, you had an incredible party. I mean, it was from people from her childhood, her friends, to people you worked with. And, you know, let me just say this. I think, you know, as I look at Colleen Chawla, who is going to succeed you, I think the distinction of a great leader is sort of the succession planning that takes place. And Colleen, I'm excited about what the future brings for you. But Louise, thank you. It was just such an uplifting ceremony. So many people really celebrating you. But I think when I think about what you've done, COVID, as mentioned, is huge. But I think about the capital part of it. I think about North County Health. I think about dental integration. I think about Cordilleras and the improvements in terms of behavioral mental health. I think about the San Mateo County Medical Center. But I think what you've meant to the organization goes beyond buildings. I think it's always been with Louise, it's always about her people. It's always been about collaboration. And it's always been about uplifting others. And so when you have intellect, compassion, passion, that's a dangerous combination. It's real dangerous. But I've always said this. I mean, you know, I'm on the Board of Supervisors, but I've had 8 years to spend with you, Supervisor Groom and Supervisor Corzo. You are really a mentor. I mean, you are a mentor to me. I've learned so much from you. And this is your day. And we're happy you're leaving, but we're happy that you left the organization in a place where it's going to go into new heights as well. So with that, Louise, would you like to say a couple words?
I promise not to go on at such length as I did at the gathering last week, but good morning, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates, Ms. Golistan. I really appreciate this acknowledgement this morning. It's been the greatest privilege of my career to be a part of this San Mateo County since 2002 and to lead the health department for the last decade. Your board and its predecessors have been an honor to serve. You've been champions of innovation. You've been brave in the face of unprecedented challenges. And you've been bold in making improvements that help the residents of this county thrive. Mike, It's been such a pleasure to have the benefit of your leadership and the support of each member of your team in embracing a county culture that tackles the challenges that we have, that nurtures the ability of each one of the staff here to speak up, to raise the problems and to work on them together, and you brought us all together. It has been, I have to say, truly a delight to work with you on these problems. Colleagues across the county departments, you have been stalwart partners. I thank you for each and every day. I sometimes describe this county as a medium-sized county that acts like a small in the ways that we come together to collaborate, to work on problems, and to innovate solutions. You all are the guardians of that culture. It's our greatest asset and it's our strongest value. Thank you for carrying that work on. Finally, my thanks to Colleen for choosing us, to my executive team, to the members of my workforce, and to all of our partners. You all have been truly altogether better. I know that working together, we've been able to achieve a lot for our county residents. I know that working together, there are no challenges that we can't meet, including those significant challenges of the present, and that working together will drive together for a better future for all of our residents. And I'll be cheering you all on and knowing that we're going to continue to be an excellent place for this county's residents. Thank you.
Do you have any public comment?
Mr. President, let's go ahead and check. I don't have any speaker slips from chambers.
Actually, I'd like to take the liberty of making a public comment. Thank you. Louise and I have, sort of had an opportunity to spend a lot of time together, and we oftentimes just sort of reflect on kind of something we have in common. She comes from a military family, and I actually come from a military family. I was in the military, and I have no doubt if Louise had not been the health chief, she would have been a first-rate extraordinary general. Just sort of watching her in action. And we met about 10 years ago, probably, maybe more than that, under what I would call adverse circumstances. And I had a chance to watch Louise in action. And it became very clear to me very early on that this is someone I wanted to be like, somebody who I really wanted to imitate. Just her, well, let me say this. I want to speak on behalf of the attorneys in the county attorney's office. Louise, you've just been a wonderful mentor, and maybe even more, just a really fun and extraordinary client to have. You're visionary, you're energetic, you're dynamic, you're unflappable. The things you do them with such aplomb. And one of the things we were talking the other day, and one of the things I think you helped me to maybe do better is to maybe avoid jumping to the facile or kind of half solution, maybe making sure that I really understand the problem before we start working on it. And I think that's something you've really helped to deliver to my colleagues. You've just been a great trainer for us, and it's been just extraordinarily fun working with you. So we'll miss you, but looking forward to staying in touch.
Okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and ask for public comment in Zoom. If those in Zoom can raise your hand to go ahead and honor Louise upon her retirement as the Chief of Health. We have 2 hands raised. It looks like we have 1 hand raised at this time. Back to 2. So we'll go to Forensic Mama, followed by Sid Young. Forensic Mama, please unmute and begin.
Hi there. Well, I pour cold water on what looks like a happy occasion, but I would like to point everybody's attention to the appeal from the United States District Court for the Central District of California. Dale Fisher, District Judge presiding. Opinion filed June 7, 2024. United States of Appeal, United Health Freedom Defense Fund versus Alberto Carvalho, where these judges concluded that the COVID-19 vaccine does not affect
Next, we have Sid Young. Please unmute and begin.
Again, Louise Rogers, as a member of the public, I just want to express to you my great thanks for instilling confidence to county residents during COVID, both through your reports to the Board of Supervisors and the establishment of the COVID dashboard countywide, enumerating new cases and deaths, of course. Um, I just feel like that sense of confidence helped calm me and other county residents during the pandemic. We can't thank you enough, and I feel like we really must enjoy your well-deserved retirement. And thank you again from a coastside resident who often feels left out over here on the coast, but you were instrumental in helping get us the vaccine, the free testing, all of those things during the pandemic. So thank you so much. You definitely deserve your retirement. Bye now.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Great, thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve this resolution for Luis Rogers on her retirement.
Second.
Okay, I'll take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations on your retirement. Mr. President, I'd just like to make a note that at today's meeting, I was just advised that people that are listening on the Granicus live stream are unable to hear the Zoom comments that are coming in. So if people could, please join the Zoom link that has been provided on the agenda. And the Zoom link is also on our website. I'll go ahead and give the webinar ID. The Zoom webinar ID is 823-0440-9424. Again, please do join the Zoom link as opposed to joining the Granicus ID, and that way you'll be able to hear the Zoom comments that come in as opposed to joining the Granicus webinar, the Granicus link.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk. We'll now move to item 2, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating the week of April 7th to April 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week. This item is jointly sponsored by Supervisor Corzo and myself. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I'm honored to be bringing this proclamation forward with President Canepa. This marks the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week, a time when we recognize the importance of public health and those who protect public health. It means recognizing the importance of viewing health through a public health lens. And it means recognizing the contributions of healthcare workers who serve patients with dedication every single day. It also means recognizing the immense health inequities everywhere, even in our county. On average, for example, people in Atherton live 19 years longer than people just next door in East Palo Alto. In a county with such immense wealth especially, this is something that we can change. So we need to continue to recognize the importance of public health, but I'll also take every opportunity to improve social indicators of health for our most vulnerable residents. And with that, I'll pass it over to President Canepa.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Colleen, and for leading this department. This week marks the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week, and the theme is "It Starts Here." It reminds us that the foundation of a healthy community begins with the dedication and hard work of public health professionals. Public health plays a critical role in improving the health and well-being of all residents, from disease prevention to promoting health equity. In San Mateo County, we are fortunate to have a committed team working tirelessly across various sectors, from communicable disease control to emergency preparedness, ensuring that every person can live a healthy life. As we observe this week, let us recognize and thank the public health professionals who work every day to protect us and make our communities safer. Their efforts are crucial, and investing in them is vital for the future health of our county. I'd like to introduce, at this time, Tamara Jones, Director of Public Health Policy Planning, and Lysel Lirio de Luna, Director of Family Health Services, as well as Heather Forche, who will be sharing a brief presentation with us.
Thank you. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. I am really honored to stand here today with two of my colleagues that help make public health what it is in San Mateo County through their tireless efforts to make sure that we are doing the best that we can to ensure that all individuals, communities live longer and better lives. So I'd like to just highlight a few reasons why acknowledging National Public Health Week is important. There are so many reasons why it's important, but these are just a few. Again, we have our San Mateo County Health Mission, and sometimes the work that public health does is can go unnoticed because public health actually acts as an invisible shield, protecting our communities from disease and early death. So it is important to highlight public health because sometimes these critical services that we do are unnoticed. Public health professionals also help ensure that our community can prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, as was shared earlier, from infectious disease outbreaks to natural disasters. And so it is our honor to be able to come together and recognize the contributions, celebrate successes, plan for upcoming challenges, and create a vision for a future for the future health of our communities. As was shared, this is the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week, and each day, a particular public health topic is an area of focus in our key priorities this year. I think that this is also an opportunity for everyone to learn more about public health. And so this year, as shared, Your Health is Our Mission is one of the priority areas. Climate action, the importance of health equity, the critical components of advocacy, and the tireless work of our workforce and the opportunity for future leaders in public health through mentorship like that Louise Rogers has provided for all of her years and dedication. And so we thank you for this opportunity to celebrate National Public Health Week in April. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any comments from board members? Seeing none, do we have any public comment?
Mr. President, I don't have any speaker slips from chamber, so at this time on Zoom, please go ahead and click raise hand to comment for item 2 for National Public Health Week. We have one hand raised for Martin Fox. Martin, please unmute and begin.
Good morning again, President Canepa, my fellow riders, and County Attorney Mr. Niblin, the Supervisors Sear, Corzo, Mueller, Gauthier, and the County Executive Mr. Kelly. Thank you for your service to the county. Please make the public safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting the appointment of a federal receiver to supervise the state of California's prison system. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed a potential $220 million sanction for the state of California's failure to provide adequate mental health treatment to its inmates for more than 40 years. And the Central District Court has already appointed a receiver to assess the remedial actions needed to bring state prison conditions up to constitutionally acceptable levels last week. California's state prison inmates, residents need a orthopedics-inspired, compassionate mental health treatment system just like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Great. Supervisor Corzo, would you like to make the motion?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second? All right. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Colleen, why don't you join us, Colleen? coup d'etat.
I was confused earlier too. I was like, "Where's my seat?"
Don't worry, we got it under control. We'll now move to item 3, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Corso.
Okay. Thank you, President Canepa. As we know, this next proclamation comes at a very crucial moment in our country. It designates March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility. As the new liaison to the LGBTQIA+ Commission, I'm honored to pick up the baton from Supervisor Pine, who established the commission. I really wanted this role, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to expand my equity focus together with this commission. This is the first time in our county that we are raising a flag to celebrate Transgender Day of Visibility at a time when we know trans and gender nonconforming people and their rights are under direct attack from our federal government. We are coming together to say in this county that we value our community members in the transgender community. We are here with you and for you. I want to thank Dr. J. Africa from BHRS and Frankie Sapp from the Pride Center for helping draft this proclamation and really leading that work. And I want to invite everyone to join us to raise the flag at County Center tomorrow at 9 a.m. And now I welcome Natalie Krug, County Arborist with County Parks, to say a few words and accept the proclamation.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. Good morning, President Canepa, Honorable Board Members Spear, Gaucher, Corzo, Mueller, County Executive Kelly, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates. My name is Natalie Krug. My pronouns are she, her. I am a proud transgender woman and a dedicated employee of the county for the past 7 years. It is my honor today to stand before this board on behalf of the transgender community to bring awareness to Transgender Day of Visibility, TDOV. Transgender Day of Visibility was established in 2010 by trans advocate Rachel Crandall, head of the not-profit organization Transgender Michigan. Her goal was aimed at raising awareness to the transgender community, to celebrate the lives and accomplishments of transgender individuals, to draw attention to the difficulties faced by the transgender community, including poverty, discrimination, and violence. To fully appreciate the importance of this International Day of Recognition, it is most appropriate to define what visibility means within its context. The Cambridge Dictionary provides a definition of visibility which nests precisely within the arcing purpose of TDOV. Visibility, noun, is the degree to which something is seen or known about. Breaking this definition down further, for something to be seen or known requires a level of curiosity and thoughtful exploration. The development of knowledge takes time, requires experience, education, and a desire to adapt, based on advancements which come through a higher level of understanding. I am sure most who are hearing my words are aware there has been significant negative attention directed towards the transgender community in recent years, and more specifically within the past 64 days. The policies, laws, and hurtful rhetoric being spewed at the national level come from a place of ignorance and vitriol, not from a place of knowledge, education, or understanding. This is anything but visibility. True visibility can only manifest in the absence of slurs, hate speech, and using outlandish caricatures to define a group of people. Sadly, this fear-mongering has not only been directed towards transgender and non-binary persons, but also immigrants, racial and religious minorities, including Indigenous Americans, the unhoused, and veterans. All marginalized communities have experienced the spotlight effect of having our plight showcased to the public in the name of visibility, when all it does is highlight a false narrative. Presently, our nation is grappling with a seemingly unfathomable question of who is eligible for basic human rights afforded to all, rights protected by the United States Constitution. Basic freedoms and rights are being stripped from transgender people to make our lives more difficult, invalidating our identities, dismantling humanity, The maelstrom of controversy surrounding transgender lives has exponentially increased over several years. Since the start of 2025, nearly 800 anti-trans bills have been proposed at both state and federal levels. Have these lawmakers ever reached out to the transgender community to harvest a grain of insight from its people? Are we not worthy of our own voice? I'd ask you all to reflect on the definition I shared of visibility moments ago while contemplating one question. How much effort have I placed into knowing the plight of the transgender community? Regardless of your personal position on trans issues, there's a lot of work which needs to be done to promote true visibility for the transgender community and its allies. Speak with the marginalized communities within your districts and their allies. Host thought-provoking discussions with them from a place of genuine curiosity. Cultivate your understanding to better educate yourselves for the betterment of the county's residents. I recognize how fortunate I am to have the honor of bringing my voice to this board on behalf of the transgender community. Today's proclamation recognizing March 31st as TDAV is one step towards equity without conditions. Your continued commitment to being upstanders for the LGBTQIA+ community is seen and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. I'd invite any of my colleagues to add any comments they'd wish, and if not, I'm happy to move the proclamation.
Is there a second? Okay, second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Would you like to take public comment?
Public comment?
Great. I don't have any speaker cards, so I'll go ahead and ask for public comment on Zoom at this time for item number 3 for Transgender Day of Visibility. Please raise your hand in Zoom to comment. And seeing none, I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote moved by Supervisor Corzo and seconded by Supervisor Gaucher. Supervisor Spear seconded. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much, and I'd invite my colleagues to take a picture.
Okay, you ready? Let us move on to item 4, the presentation of proclamation designating March 2025 as Social Worker Month. This is brought before us by Supervisor Noelia Corzo and Lisa Gaucher.
Thank you. As many of you know, I was a social worker for many years with Golden Gate Regional Center, so I know firsthand the power of social work in our community and how social workers are often connecting our most vulnerable community members to services and like the challenges that really come with that. they're both professional and personal. In this line of work, you can't do it without having your heart in it. So with this proclamation, I want to personally thank every social worker in our community for their work, their continued commitment, and now I'd like to invite my co-sponsor, Supervisor Gaucher, to add some words.
Thank you. I'm honored to co-sponsor this proclamation with Supervisor Corzo. Growing up in East Palo Alto, I witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by underserved communities, including racial injustice, inequality, economic hardship, and limited access to resources. Social workers play a vital role in supporting families and advocating for the systemic change in our neighborhoods. Social workers are often at the heart of the community, whether it's in schools, mental health clinics, or in-home support. For many of us in San Mateo County, social workers help create safe spaces and offer services that were otherwise hard to come by. Social Worker Month is a time to reflect on the importance of mental health, family support, and community advocacy. In my community growing up, mental health wasn't always openly talked about, but social workers helped to normalize these conversations and reduce stigma around seeking help. Social work is about standing up for those who don't have a voice. For the residents of San Mateo County, especially from historically marginalized groups, social workers are often a source of advocacy, empowerment, and resilience. I thank and honor the social workers here in San Mateo County and beyond for their hard work, their meaningful work, their tireless advocacy that is vital to our communities. And today I encourage others to consider this profession because we need social workers in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to invite some of our own social workers here at the county from Children's Services to share about their work and receive the proclamation. Cecily, for...
Before we do that, Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that we need to go beyond the proclamation. I'm deeply concerned that we have a 47% vacancy rate in our child social worker unit. That means that they are overburdened with case loads that they can't possibly provide the kind of attention they want to. And part of my hope is that when we do our career day, we will encourage those who have an interest in children, an interest in social work, to look at San Mateo County as a place where they will be treated with great dignity and often with the respect that they don't necessarily get everywhere, but one in which we hope that we can address this issue because it's a serious one. Children are being ignored in our county, in part because we don't have an adequate number of social workers. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Now I'd like to invite some of our own social workers from the County Children's Services, Cecily Ferlat, Children's Services Social Work Supervisor with the Resource Family Approval Unit, and Sandy Barba, Children's Services Social Worker, Independent Living Program Unit. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates. Thank you for recognizing March as Social Worker Month. My name is Cecily Ferlat, and I'm a social work supervisor in the Resource Family Approval Unit, formerly known as foster parents. This unit is responsible for recruiting, assessing, training, approving, and overseeing foster families as they provide care to the children and youth of our county and other counties who have been separated from their parents due to child abuse and neglect. Children and Family Services have many social workers that perform so many various functions. And as Supervisor Spear just mentioned, we are all chipping in a little extra these days as our landscape of staffing has changed. We do so many functions such as taking calls at our hotline from our professionals and our public concerning children and the safety and the care of their parents. We have social workers who investigate diligently allegations of child abuse and neglect in court. We have social workers who help to maintain children safely in their home with their parents. We have social workers who work tirelessly to reunify children with their parents, as that's our number one priority. We also have social workers in placement who try to figure out the best fit for our children with foster families as they maintain separation from their families. Our work is so important, as you guys may know and have said today. It's important because children deserve to be safe, and parents deserve to move through our county systems with dignity and respect, no matter what has happened. Our work is important because we genuinely believe that people can live to their fullest potential, even if they need a little support. Our work is important because we believe it is always the right thing to do to stand up and advocate for others, especially our children and our vulnerable communities. I do what I do because I believe that we are all put on this earth to contribute to the greater good. I do what I do because I genuinely believe in civil service and serving our children and families of San Mateo County. And I do what I do because my colleagues continue to inspire me every day with their tireless work and calls to action to protect our children. I would like to invite my colleague Sandy to say a few words as well.
Good morning, supervisors and everyone. Hello, my name is Sandy Barba, and I'm a social worker. Thank you for recognizing the work of social workers in San Mateo County, and as well as the difficulties that come with the work. I'm proud to be a social worker with Children and Family Services. I became a social worker because I'm passionate about ending cycles of violence, supporting others to heal, and advocating for and with traditionally underserved communities. Throughout my nearly 7 years with San Mateo County, I've had the opportunity to gain experience across various program areas. From long days and late nights, investigating and responding to emergencies of child abuse, to working in supportive services, and also supporting with hotline coverage, taking reports of child abuse and neglect, it has been a journey. In my current role, I work with system-impacted youth ages 14 and older across 2 program areas. Through the Independent Living Program, I support with services and program coordination. I collaborate with our many partners throughout the county to support youth in foster care, to connect to vital resources, learn independent living skills, become self-sufficient, and thrive. I get to work alongside powerful youth leaders through our Foster Youth Advisory Board who strive to create change within our system. In our GEAR program, which stands for Growth, Empowerment, Advocacy, and Resources, I provide direct services to youth who are at risk of commercial sexual exploitation. I work directly with youth, holding space and walking alongside them as they heal from trauma they've experienced, learn about themselves, grow, and connect to necessary resources. A few weeks ago, I met with a young person who I started working with when she entered care at the age of 16 and has now aged out of care at the age of 21. A youth who once struggled with trauma in her mental health found peace, held a consistent job, raised a beautiful child on her own, lived independently, was saving money and building credit, among many other positive things that I could share. My cup felt full that day. I hang on to moments like this that remind me of why I came into this work. I hope that I can continue to work in this field for years to come. Thank you again so much for recognizing the work of social workers in our county.
One final thing, Sandy is just one of the examples of many, many social workers in our county that impact all of our families here. It makes this month and this proclamation even more important and special. The impact of this work on our social workers, it is tough mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. But our social workers, we are committed. We have hearts as big as the world. Our compassion and our always our readiness to be ready for action and call to action. Thank you again for this proclamation. It means the world to us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to move to proclaim March Social Work Month.
Second. Both of us.
Okay. A roll call, please.
Sure. Moved by Supervisor Corzo, seconded by Supervisor Spear. We'll go ahead with the roll call with Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
I think in all of our enthusiasm, Mr. President, we can go ahead and take public comment. I know we don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so I'll go ahead and ask at this time for public comment on Zoom. If you're on Zoom and would like to make a public comment for item 4 for Social Work Month, please raise your hand. And there are no speakers, Mr. President.
All right. Predetermination. We'll now move to item 5, which is a presentation or proclamation designating March 15th to the 31st as Farm Workers Awareness Week. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Mueller. Okay.
Thank you, President Canepa. Today, we celebrate farm workers, and we honor the legacy of those who dedicated their lives to nurturing the land, ensuring generations past and present have access to fresh, nourishing produce. Through their labor, our agricultural economy endures, and our culture shares in the diversity of its beauty. I have a proclamation to honor Farm Worker Awareness Week, and this week, this year, it's more important than ever. So many of our farm workers, due to the national rhetoric, are living in fear. And it's wrong. And so this year, we wanted to take time to celebrate the entire week, a Farm Worker Week, with events every day, as well as the proclamation. And for historical perspective, I've invited Dr. Pedro Nava, an associate professor of educational leadership at Santa Clara University, who has dedicated many years to researching issues affecting farm workers, to go ahead and share with us. Dr. Nava, if you could come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and thank you, Supervisor Mueller, for this opportunity to just share some remarks about as that slide says, farm worker housing makes a difference, right? And I want to just start off by once again thanking you for the opportunity to share a little bit about my experience, and in my details of my story, I'll share a little bit about the significance of farm worker housing. And so, as you can see in that image, right, that's a house that was built in 1987 in a small unincorporated community named Planada, California, located in California Central Valley. And so, just standing here, I was as I was sitting down and listening to the parents from Pescadero and their organization talking about the importance and the significance of farm worker housing. My own lived experience is one that as a child of and grandchild of migrant farm workers, the profound significance of housing and the stability it brings had a transformative impact on my own lived experience, and I'll share a little bit about that as we go on. Can I just go back one? The image on the top left-hand corner is a picture of my maternal and paternal grandparents. They were both braceros who came to the United States in the 1950s. Right? The image below that one, entitled Un Trabajo Mejor, is an image of my father as a farm worker and I guess part-time modeled for some agencies related to workforce connection. And what you see on the top right hand is an image of myself, along with some of my colleagues and mentors, working with farm worker families around through the migrant education program in terms of promoting family engagement and the education of their children. And lastly, that image is of myself and my wife, along with my parents, and one of our mentors at UCLA graduating with the PhD. And I share that image because the first image of that house is directly related to that last image of myself graduating. Without the investments in affordable and dignified housing for farm workers, that image at the bottom is not possible. And so a little bit on the lighter note, as you can see that that's me on the left-hand side on that Olympic-sized swimming pool with my younger brother, living in a labor camp in Merced County in Central California. As Supervisor Miller indicated, I'm currently an associate professor at Santa Clara University. That little boy, now a 40-year-old man, is an immigrant rights attorney in Fresno County. And so I mentioned that because it's not just investments in housing for farm workers, it's investment in their families, it's investment in their future, it's investments in helping nurture the dreams of the parents and the families that are here today asking for your support in creating future possibilities for them and their children. The image on the right-hand side is myself during a weekend celebration, which is one of the few times that we would have an opportunity to go, is to use the public spaces to celebrate birthdays. And I mentioned that because where we were growing up, we were oftentimes isolated and disconnected from the broader kind of infrastructure of cities and other communities. And so and I say all that to say that I'm a little bit nervous because this is such a profound and important issue to me. And I want to commend you for the farm worker housing, the $6 million that you're investing in the Stone Pine Cove project, precisely because it is connected and it is at a critical location in Half Moon Bay that will provide families there access to the broader infrastructure of the city as well. Just another image there, right? As you can see, again, I'm talking about looking back 40 years and seeing myself there in the image, and to recognize the fact that I'm here today standing in many ways, right? I'm representative of the children of some of these parents in the kinds of investments that you're making today are going to give fruit for generations to come, right? And so as we continue on, what I want to really emphasize is one of the things that the affordable housing did for my family is it stopped us, right, from migrating between Central California and Michoacan, Mexico, where my parents are from, by creating stability, by giving us something that was affordable, and by allowing us to plant our roots in a much stronger way in communities, right? That then our parents could then begin to plan for the future in a much more consistent and in a much more planned way for their children. Here was the truck that we would go on 3-day voyages driving from Central California all the way to Cotija de La Paz, where my folks are from in Michoacan. And so here's the part where I want to just focus briefly. In Central California, there's a nonprofit organization called Self-Help Enterprises. And the power of that, right? Yes, it was affordable. But the model for self-help enterprises is one where they oftentimes use what they call sweat equity, right? And so what that essentially meant was that the cohort of families of 15 or so families that were chosen, all essentially, their down payment for their home was the 40 hours a week of labor that they were putting into these homes. And so this is our home in the process of being built along with the community in which we were at. But what it allowed to do, right, one, again, it allowed us to plant roots in Planada, California, which is also an unincorporated community like Pescadero. But it also allowed my mom, right, to return to school, to get a GED, and then to be hired at the local elementary school as an instructional aide. What that did for my family is that it also, one, got her out of the fields, but two, provided her with benefits, a slightly better paying position, and insider know-how how school systems in the United States work. And lastly, again, it provided us an opportunity and a platform to launch forward. Just briefly, again, I'll just mention what it did is also allowed me an opportunity to, and my brother to embed ourselves within the community, allowed us to then become part of the athletic teams in a much more integrated fashion, and build the kinds of social connections, social networks to then launch us all forward. That led me to attend Fresno State University. I graduated there with honors and so forth. The larger point is that not only was I there, right, but many other people like myself came out of these kinds of investments. 2 years later, I'd never imagined, but graduated from Harvard University. Again, in terms of these kinds of seeds, planted my dear colleague and brother Luis Alejo there, who is supervisor in Monterey County. And then a few years later, I'm not in that picture, but that's who I'm representing, which is my family, 4 vans full that drove down from the Central Valley to UCLA to proudly watch their children graduate. So I'm here today just to ask you, right, as we're thinking and hearing the testimonies of these parents, that we not only think about them as immediate investments for the families today, but we're actually planting seeds for 5, for 10, for 15, for 20 years down the line, so that their children will one day have the opportunity to be here in a situation like myself, very much as a testament, to have an opportunity to contribute also as professionals, whether they're university professors, whether they're attorneys, whether they're community workers, whether they're working productively at the neighborhood market or what have you. I just want to really thank you for these investments, and then also just the continued idea of that, just as amazing as the Half Moon Bay project is going to be, that there's so much more possibility in communities like Pescadero and other communities around it in this region as well. So I just really want to thank you for that, and I'm just super heartened to hear the testimonies of all the parents here. I'll just finish one more. I forgot this slide. And so what this has done is given me an opportunity, for example, to engage in opportunities to mentor other students, much like myself. So now my mentors are also going to Harvard, right? And so that's the whole idea, is that we invest in people, we create opportunities and pathways for them to move forward. Here's my contact information. If I can be of support, in particular to the parents or to the communities, I'd be more than happy to support in any way that I can. And again, I just thank you for your investments in the community, and I ask for you to continue to lend an ear, lend a heart, lend your power to the communities that ask for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nava. Thank you for coming to share your story with us and for advocating for others. And now I'd like to go ahead. We have a special treat. I want to invite the family members of Cesar Chavez who've joined us today. I believe his spirit is with us, and we have 3 members who can come to the podium to speak. We have Miss Ana Ibarra, Cesar Chavez's daughter, Sylvia Chavez Delgado, again his daughter, and Teresa Chavez Delgado, his granddaughter. We also have Shirley Trevino and Mickey Luna, women who walked with him during the labor movement. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I want to say thank you for inviting us, and thank you for recognizing my grandfather's work. I'll be speaking on behalf of my family. My mom doesn't do speaking engagements. I'm happy she's even just up here next to me right now. Everybody will be shocked. My name is Teresa Chavez Delgado. I'm a resident here in San Mateo for the last 15 years. I live in the Shoreview area, and I really enjoy it and utilize the park area there mostly every day. Try to get out for a walk every day. I'm the granddaughter of Cesar and Helen Chavez. I'm one of 32 and the favorite. So I wanted to talk about my grandfather and the work that he did. My grandfather, Cesar Chavez, was more than a labor leader. He was a beacon of hope, a voice for the voiceless, and a champion of justice. He believed in the inherent dignity every human being, especially those who toil in the fields, the campesinos, the farm workers, their hands calloused, their backs bent, their voices unheard, feeding this nation and other nations around the world. He knew the injustice of their plight. He too was a farm worker. The backbreaking labor, the meager wages, the lack of basic rights, and he knew that change was not only necessary, but possible. He didn't just organize strikes and boycotts. He cultivated a movement, powered by faith, fueled by determination, and rooted in nonviolence. He taught us that true power lies not in force, but in unity, in the collective strength of people standing together for a common cause. My grandfather once said, "Bring forth song and celebration so that we may never tire of the struggle." This wasn't just a call for a party or a day off. This was a call to action, a reminder that even in the midst of struggle, we must celebrate our humanity, our resilience, and our victories, no matter how small. It was a way to infuse hope into the darkest of times, to remind ourselves why we fight, and to inspire others to join our cause. He knew that song and celebration could lift spirits, unite communities, and remind us of the beauty that exists even in the face of adversity. It was a way to honor the sacrifices made, to acknowledge the progress achieved, and to renew our commitment to the work that remained. Today, as we remember my Tata Cesar, let us honor his legacy by continuing the fight for justice and equality. Let us bring forward song and celebration in our own lives, in our communities, and in our movements. Let us celebrate the victories we have won and the progress we have made. But let us also remember that the struggle continues. There are still injustices to be addressed, inequalities to be overcome, and voices to be amplified. Let us carry forward my Tata Cesar's spirit of determination, compassion, and unwavering belief in the power of people to create a better world. Let us bring forth song and celebration in our own words, but our own actions. Let us honor the past, embrace the present, and build a future where dignity prevails for all. Let us remember why we are here. Each and every one of us benefits on a daily basis. The county benefits, our schools, our restaurants, and we benefit when we nourish ourselves, when we nourish our children with the food that is picked and brought to us by a mostly unseen workforce, los campesinos and campesinas. Sí se puede.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. We're so honored to have you with us.
Thank you so much. I am Mickey Solorio Luna. I'm president of the Latino Coalition of San Benito County, and also I'm a former vice mayor and council member with the city of Hollister, retiring there after 30 years in the finance department. And it just makes me very happy to be here and for the work that you are doing today in recognizing our farm workers, our campesinos, the people that actually, like Teresa said, put that food in our tables. It's very important, and it's commendable for members of the Board of Supervisors to consider doing this. I wish that everybody in the nation could do this, because after all, I believe that, no matter where we're at today, what we've done in the past, we were all farm workers. I'm the youngest of 12 children. I lived all over the valley, San Joaquin Valley, Hanford, Huron, you name it, Fresno. But I'm glad that I was able to get that education to come back to my community and serve my community and my constituents in the city of Hollister. And you know what? It's just something that I was looking at Dr. Pedro Nava's presentation. It's amazing with hope, what anybody can do, especially our farm worker community. So I thank you for that. And I know that Sylvia is very shy about actually, but you had something for, yeah. They have a presentation for Supervisor Mueller. Thank you so much for we're in Hollister, San Benito County, where we have over 2,500 farm workers, yet you took the time to be with us on Zoom, to talk to us, to support us on what we're doing and we're still trying to do. You know, I think affordable housing, farm worker housing, everybody needs it. Every community needs it. But when you take the time out of San Mateo County to be on a Zoom with us, we certainly appreciate that. And we thank you. And we thank every one of you for this day and what the action you take. I'm very happy to see Supervisor Jackie Spears because many years ago we worked together. I was chair of the Chicano Latino Caucus for the party in the state of California, and I remember your support. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Ray sent me a letter to say a few words, but if people know me, I'm not a woman of a few words. Anyway, farm workers in the United States work long and hard hours in the fields, facing extraordinary challenges and dangerous conditions. They lack basic worker rights and earn most of the lowest wages in the country. Many farm workers make well below the federal poverty level. I believe in unions. Unions offer employees benefits like higher wages, better benefits, increased job security, and a stronger voice in the workplace through collective bargaining, leading to fairer working conditions and protections. That is what Cesar was fighting for. The NLRB excluded farm workers from voting for the union, but in 1975, Governor Brown enacted the Agricultural Labor Relations Board, and I went to work for them. And in 1979, during the lettuce boycott, I was sent to work in the Imperial Valley. And I want to tell this story because I think it's important. When they were on the picket line, Rufino Contreras, a farm worker UFW picketer, was shot and killed. And this is what Cesar said at Rufino's memorial. What is the worth of a man? What is the worth of a farm worker? Rufino, his father, and brother together gave the company 20 years of their labor. They were faithful workers. When they petitioned for a better share of what they themselves produce, they spoke out against the injustices they endured. Rufino was killed. Farm worker labor produces the fruits of the land. Farm workers torture their bodies, sacrifice their youth, and numb their spirits to produce this great agricultural wealth, a wealth so vast that it feeds all of America and much of the world. And yet the man, women, and children who are the flesh and blood of this production often do not have enough to eat for themselves. Cesar said, but we are here today to say that true wealth is not measured in money or status or power. It is measured in the legacy that we leave behind for those that we love and for those who we inspire. In that sense, he said, Rufino has not died. Wherever farm workers organize, stand up for their rights, and strike for justice, Rufino Contreras is with them. This is a day of sorrow, Cesar says, but it is also a day of hope. It is a time of sadness because our friend and brother is dead. It is a time of hope, though, because we are certain that Rufino today enjoys the justice in heaven that was denied him on earth. Not long ago, this county also had farm workers who were killed. When they went to see where they lived, they saw deplorable working conditions, whether it was housing, better wages and benefits, unemployment benefits, outlawing the short-handle hoe, or eliminating pesticides. Cesar fought for what was good and right, and today it is our mission to finish his work. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude by saying it's just such a great honor to have you all here. I also want to share that on March 13th, our County Executive Mike Callaghan informed San Mateo County employees that the Board of Supervisors officially has designated March 31st, Cesar Chavez as a paid county holiday now. So I wanted the family to know that. And I wanted to share too, because we in the last 2 years we've embarked on inspecting. We had a farm worker housing task force that inspected every piece of housing in the county. We've put together an Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. We're building farm worker housing in Half Moon Bay, and we're doing a housing study in Pescadero so we can build it there. So we're doing the work. I finally wanted to say I do plan on going to Delano on Monday to march and represent San Mateo County, and I really encourage others in San Mateo County to do the same this year. I think it matters. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and open it up to pass it to you, President Kamba, see if other colleagues have any comments.
Are there any comments, colleagues? Vice President Corso.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to thank everyone for coming out. It's beautiful to see that we have farm workers that are from San Mateo County here, still advocating for what their needs are, and also members of the movement, right? The foundation of the movement, Cesar Chavez's family and Dr. Pedro Nava, and I'm good friends with Luis Alejo, so I will tell him that I got to see a picture of him many years ago. But thank you so much for all being here as a Latina and the first Latina ever on the Board of Supervisors in San Mateo County. It fills me with great pride to be here in the same room with you all, and it really is motivating me to do more and to do better. So I wanted to share that, and I want to thank Supervisor Mueller for organizing the speakers on this proclamation. And I do truly believe that our farm workers deserve fair wages, safe working conditions, clean drinking water, dignified housing, and we need to do more to make that a reality, to make that the norm for farm workers in this county. And with that, I want to again thank Supervisor Mueller, and want to thank the farm workers who are here and their families for being everyday heroes. My family's not, well, actually my dad did a little bit of farm work back in the day, but mostly my parents were, nannying, cleaning houses, waiters. We're all part of the same community, and our undocumented community now more than ever deserves love, deserves support, deserves protection, and deserves legal status. And I think that's something that we also need to continue to fight for. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, President Canepa. Thank you.
Any other additional comments?
I'll just make a comment. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this to our attention. It is so important that we acknowledge this community. As somebody from East Palo Alto, and we see the community, the immigrant community, and the issues that they're facing, just wanted you to know we're standing with you. This is the right time to do the right thing, and also looking forward to honoring Cesar Chavez Day on the 31st. So again, thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your message.
So with that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Okay, move the item. Is there a second? All right. Any public comment, Ms. Sherry?
Yes, Mr. President, we have 3 speaker cards from Chambers. We'll start with Rita Mancera, followed by Dr. Patrick Horn.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Rita Mancera, and I'm the Executive Director of Puente. I'm glad to hear that San Mateo County is celebrating farm workers this week and joining the efforts of many organizations to bring awareness about them, their work, their contributions, and of course, their challenges. We are so fortunate of the farm workers in our community. On the South Coast, members of Del Campo al Cambio from the fields to change continue their regular jobs and also find time to organize and advocate. Today, your path and their path crossed again so that you can hear directly from them and that they can join you on the celebrations. I am so glad that you get to listen directly from them today. I hope you consider their input as you implement policies and services that affect or benefit them and their families. And let's remember the contributions that they make to our communities. They are essentials for all of us to have food on our tables, but they also pay taxes and support the infrastructure of our communities and our nation. And let's not forget that farm workers pay into Social Security. Many will never have access to those funds when they retire. Currently, they are funding the Social Security for the rest of us. We are so excited about the Stone Pine Project and helping the county as much as we can to do outreach. And we are really excited to see the optimism of working along directly with farm workers to get these dreams that they have through.
Great. Thank you so much, Rita. Thank you for your leadership, okay? Really appreciate everything you do. Do we have
Dr.
any more
Patrick.
speakers?
Yes, two more from Chambers, one from Zoom, Dr. Patrick Horn and Sandra Ascension.
I'm Dr. Patrick Horn. I'm a member of the Interfaith Peninsula Solidarity Cohort and Leadership Council San Mateo County class of 2025. I live in Pescadero, and I've served on the Municipal Advisory Council. I want to thank our farm workers for sacrificing a day of work to come out here and communicate once again their needs. I'm here advocating for our sustainable agriculture and dignity for our farm workers, and I'd like to amplify that they've asked for fair wages, safe working conditions, affordable health care, and housing, which I'll speak more about with item number 8 that's coming up, the housing element. This is Awareness Week, and we know that there's overcrowded conditions of squalor, without access to clean drinking water, without the wages necessary to afford the food they grow. This is not a boutique activity to give them dignity. It is a test of our moral character. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ascension.
Good morning, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Sandra Ascension. I'm proud to serve as the Farm Worker Program Director at our local nonprofit called Ayudando a Latinos a Soñar, rooted in Half Moon Bay. On behalf of ALAS and our founder, Dr. Belinda Hernandez Arriaga, we'd like to thank Supervisor Mueller for sponsoring Farm Worker Awareness Week and continuing to shed light on the needs of our hardworking farm worker community. These essential workers have shown up through moments of crisis, pandemic, fires, flooding, mass shootings, and yet they continue to show up for us every single day. And it is also our responsibility to show up for them. I just want to add to our farm workers present, gracias, thank you for showing up. And I do want to add, our team has been very excited to support our farm workers to apply for the Stone Pine housing. We've been helping folks sign up for that opportunity, and there's more work to be done. There's 555 Kelly Senior Farm Worker Housing. Our farm workers are aging and need a place to live dignified as well, and support our farm working community of Pescadero. And lastly, just want to invite everyone to come out, get involved, and visit Alas Half Moon Bay. It's a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to comments on Zoom. We have two speakers, Robert Holland, followed by Ann. Robert, please unmute and begin.
Actually, my name is Suzanne Moore, Coastal resident and sitting board member for Healthcare for the Homeless and Farm Workers Program, and my statement is not alone. 100 years from now, when our community celebrates the centennial of our farm worker housing, we will recall a time when the community and our economy stepped forward after a terrible tragedy to preserve and support an invaluable coastal asset, our farm workers. Data alone cannot quantify the contributions of our farm workers and what they've grown financially, culturally, historically, and collaboratively to the coast. Their contribution is irreplaceable, and they deserve both community respect and gratitude. This proclamation designating Farm Worker Awareness Week is a tribute to our farm workers, our community, and our county efforts. Thank you, Avance, Puente, farm worker advocates, our county supervisors, Special Supervisor Ray Mueller, and the coastal community for our progress. We have no love for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to our last speaker, which is Ann. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I have an idea that would help farm workers, parents, teachers, and students throughout the county. I would like to see an extension of the school days 5 p.m. This would allow the parents not to have to find childcare for their students. Students can stay in school and get help with and finish their homework before going home. This would reduce stress on the students and the parents. It would also increase test scores. Sports programs, arts can also take place. Healthy snacks can be provided. Fun set-aside
Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. There was a motion and there was a second. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great.
So
Can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo? Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you so much.
So we're going to go ahead down and take a picture with everyone. And Mike, if you could take a picture with us. We have the proclamation. Okay, great. Dr. Nava, if you want to come on down. Everyone who would like to join, if Coastside Hope or members of Puente want to join, you're welcome.
Oh my goodness, we have one more.
Okay. Okay. What's the next item? Okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
All right. Our last presentation for this meeting is item 6, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating March 24th to the 30th as Tsunami Awareness Week. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Gaucher. Supervisor Mueller or Supervisor Gaucher, do one of you want to introduce this item?
I can introduce the item. Thank you, President Canepa. On December 5th of last year, the Coastside experience, well, all of San Mateo County experienced a tsunami, a warning alert, which really left many with a tremendous degree of anxiety and concern. The Coastside experienced tremendous traffic delays on Highway 1. There were car accidents. There was tremendous fear about trying to reach their loved ones. And so this Tsunami Awareness Week is incredibly poignant and relevant, more than ever, to residents here in San Mateo County. I'm grateful for Supervisor Gaucher kicking off the week with me yesterday with Dr. Shruti Depadkar and the rest of her amazing team at the Department of Emergency Management. I see Mr. Reynolds in the back. Yesterday, we worked with the Department of Emergency Management to go ahead and showcase the new SMC tsunami dashboard, as well as new signage that will be put up around the county, alerting people where safe zones are and where the tsunami warning areas are. During that December 5th incident, the state website actually crashed, so people didn't know where to go to be safe. And so I just want to commend the Department of Emergency Management for the quick work they've done in the last 3 months. And at this time, go ahead and introduce. Well, actually, first I'll ask Supervisor Gaucher if she has any comments before we invite Dr. Depadkar to join us.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Mueller. As chair of the Emergency Council, I want to remind everybody of December 5th. I remember we all received warnings on our phone to move out of the way, and I got a lot of calls where people did not understand what that meant. Today, we have a plan, and I'm so proud, and I want to thank the Department of Emergency Management for all the work that you've done to prepare our community. We know that when we think about our community and the information that goes out, we want to ensure that information is being provided and delivered in a manner that is helpful to all residents. Not all residents speak English, so we're grateful of the work for the emergency management again. And then lastly, we know that San Mateo County faces a risk from flooding, earthquakes, and other emergencies as well. So we just want to make sure that residents are prepared, remembering that the first 72 will be on you. So please make sure that you have a package ready to go with medication, create a family plan, and know your evacuation routes. I will now turn it back over.
Well, we're going to go ahead and invite Dr. Shruti Depadkar to join us.
Is that better? President Canepa and Honorable Board members, County Executive Callagee, County Attorney Niblin, Deputy County Executive Mates, thank you so much for always having your vision on the crosshairs of preparedness and response. Emergency preparedness is key, and there's two parts of that. The first part is us and the first responders. The second part is each of the residents of San Mateo County. What December 5th highlighted for us was that we as emergency management cannot make plans in isolation. And I want to highlight the work that Supervisor Mueller did with all the town halls and really listening to the community and coming up with solutions that were community-based. This GIS dashboard is just one of those many. The other things that we are doing is revamping the alert and warning system, also revamping our emergency operation plans based on what we heard from the community. So we are now going to be doing the complete picture. I am requesting that each person in the county prepare themselves as well. We are prone to many disasters, and sometimes it feels like it's a lot to prepare, but I want to recognize that sometimes it only takes 15, 20 minutes to prepare your family for their worst day. I also want to thank all the partners we have worked with in the last 3 months. Our response partners, Law, Fire, EMS, the 911 Dispatch Center, City of Half Moon Bay, City of Pacifica, and many more, including Coalition for Safe Schools, the County Board of Education. Every single member of this county has worked towards making sure that we prepare collectively for tsunamis. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, and thank you for the quick work to get all this done so fast. And I want to thank the community again, too, for all the community members who came out for those multiple town halls and community events to aggregate the information. So everyone, I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to our Coastside CERT teams, who are just incredible in that tsunami, have that backstop. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Supervisor President Canepa.
Great. Are there any comments from members? I see no comments. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. President, I don't have any speaker slips from chambers. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 6 for Tsunami Awareness Week. One hand raised so far for Sid Young. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say during December 5th, I was at home recovering from surgery. My neighbors who knew I was housebound started calling me about the tsunami evacuation notice from FEMA. I contacted Supervisor Mueller asking where were Midcoast residents supposed to evacuate to. As our supervisor, he is acutely aware we have no emergency evacuation center. I would like to ask the Department of Emergency Management to create a county-wide map of all public emergency evacuation center locations so that the 12,000 residents of the unincorporated Midcoast will know where to go in the case of an emergency evacuation next time, assuming we can leave, because there was gridlock in Half Moon Bay. So the northern Midcoast residents will probably go to Placido, Daly City, maybe South San Francisco. Will those cities be able to handle us? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anne. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. My comments really to piggyback what Sid said, and that is that we need to know the maps where are residents supposed to evacuate to. I think that is what caused so much confusion on the coast. It was just very haphazard, and not having actual maps or plans or facilities to evacuate to makes it very confusing for residents. So if you can please get those things together and distribute it to the Midcoast Community Council, make sure that maps are available in post offices, and whatever you can do to help make the situation less confusing would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
So President Campa, just responding to Sid Nana, I probably did a horrible job explaining it when I was introduced the proclamation. There is now a county website that has the map that tells everybody where the tsunami zone is and where you need to go to evacuate to. And I can say, having looked at that map, especially in the mid-coast, if you go to Quarry Park, you're safe. There's a number of areas where you're safe if you go east. I encourage everyone to look at that map. But those are the maps that will now be pushed out to residents in the event of another tsunami, when we will not have to rely on the state maps, which crashed due to traffic last time. And so those maps are available. They are available now, too. And so people can go ahead and study those now and put together those plans. But that way we won't have people on Highway 1. And my colleagues will tell you, I am pushing for an evacuation center on the coast. I'm not successful yet, but I am pushing. So with that, I will go ahead and move the item.
All right. Second, roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you.
Mr.
Appreciate it.
President?
Yes.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
We've now spent almost 3 hours on proclamations and resolutions, some of them amazingly uplifting, some sobering, some empowering, but we haven't even gotten to the agenda yet. So I would like to recommend, and if it would be necessary to pass an ordinance, but I would like to recommend that we do this part of the agenda at the end of the day rather than at the beginning, because we have staff with major responsibilities that sit here for 2.5 hours waiting for their items to come up. So if we could flip them, I think that would be advantageous. And I would ask Mr. Niblin, do we need a motion to do that, or?
Mr. Niblin, before we do that, let me sort of address the question, right? And so, I'm not saying that I'm not open to it. I don't think through county council we could move forward with action item because it hasn't been agendized. I come from sort of the school of thought this is very important, acknowledging, recognizing. I think for us as a board, we'll take into consideration what you're saying. This year, I think this has been maybe the first time where we've had a lot of these presentations, right? Recognizing that we've honored Luis Rogers and others. So I think one of the things that I would say is, everything is worth consideration. At this time, I do not know, and through the county attorney, can we take an item on this or direction or action?
I think that the board can give staff instruction to study an item or to bring back analysis on an item. I agree that we couldn't take action today on a motion because, as you noted, it hasn't been agendized. But on the other hand, it's the prerogative has been historically the board's practice that the board president has the prerogative generally to put together the agenda in consultation with the clerk of the board, specifically the county executive. But this kind of guidance is the kind of guidance that we, of course, as staff can work on, just on the basis of comment that we get from the board.
Great. And I'm not saying, Supervisor Spear, I'm opposed to the idea. I'm not saying that whatsoever. If there is, consensus amongst, other board members that this is the direction they want to go to, I'm certainly in support of that. Supervisor Mueller.
So, two things. After we move this, we do have to take a picture. But the other thing I want to say is I actually do support, I think the idea of having a business meeting in the morning and a ceremonial meeting in the afternoon probably makes good sense, because that way we can give a time certain to folks when we're doing the ceremonial and a time certain to professional staff. So I am supportive of that.
Supervisor Corso.
I just wanted to add that I'm very supportive of this proclamation, and I do think that there are ways that we as a board can coordinate better. And for example, like in the past, I've tried to limit my team and I to only doing 2 proclamations per meeting or less, and also timing them so that they're a little bit more concise. But I do think it's important, and there are ways that we could make this work better for everybody, and we should figure out how to do that. But I'm not ready to do that right in this moment.
Great. Supervisor Gaucher.
I appreciate the fact that staff is going to evaluate it and come back and give us an idea of what's best for the board.
Yeah, Mr. President, Supervisor Gaucher, we'll definitely do that. We'll, in light of Supervisor Spear's comment and sort of the feedback we've gotten, we'll work with the county executive to bring back some proposals. We've heard some ideas on ways we might manage that for the board's consideration, perhaps as an action item at an upcoming meeting.
Great, thank you. Why don't we celebrate Tsunami Week, okay? Thank you. We're on to item 7. This is the presentation regarding the current implementation of California Advanced Innovative Medi-Cal, CalAIM, in San Mateo County, the impacts from potential change to Medi-Cal. And my understanding is the report is also within our files. So thank you, Dr. J.
Good morning, Honorable Board Supervisors, President Campa, County Executives, and the community. Again, my name is Jay Africa, and I'm the Director of Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. Today, I'd like to provide you with updates related to our local implementation of CalAIM, which is the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. There are multiple components for CalAIM, but this morning I'm only focusing on the payment reform aspect specifically for behavioral health. So just some background, CalAIM was established in 2021 by AB 133 as an innovative multi-year program designed to improve the state's medical health insurance system. It is administered by the State Department of Healthcare Services, and its goal really is to ensure affordability while maintaining and improving health outcomes, specifically for those who are on Medi-Cal. While I am going to talk specifically about county behavioral health, CalAIM specifies changes also to the managed care programs like Kaiser Health Plan of San Mateo. There are major components of CalAIM. Specifically, I will talk about behavioral health again, but just mention population management focuses and prioritizes prevention and wellness. The enhanced care management, community supports benefit is designed to address the clinical and non-clinical needs on a whole person care basis. This is led by our managed care plans. Services and supports for the justice involved benefit focuses on providing Medi-Cal services while individuals are in custody or in jail 90 days before they are released. And the last two components are focused on ensuring that services are accessible to all beneficiaries and that services are coordinated and seamless across authorized representatives or entities. So specifically in behavioral health, there are 4 components. 1, the no wrong door means individual can access services through multiple entry points without being turned away. Services are coordinated across our systems. There are standardized assessments and screening tools that are used to improve early identification and referrals. The simplified medical necessity focuses on functional impairment rather than rigid diagnosis criteria. It streamlines approval processes, hopefully reduces paperwork, and prior authorization for faster service initiation. The integrated mental health and SUD, or substance use disorder services, treats people who have co-occurring mental health and substance use together. Previously, these 2 systems of care were so separated that you went to 2 different providers pretty much maybe on the same day, used 2 different screening tools, and received care that oftentimes was fragmented. And lastly, payment reform will move behavioral health plans to value-based payments, meaning they will be rewarded and incentivized for improved health outcomes. So a little bit of background with Medicaid financing. Medicaid, or what we call Medi-Cal in California, is a partnership between the states and the federal government. States administer the program with federal oversight. In California, counties play a role in delivering and managing all these services. The state and federal government share the cost of Medicaid. States must match all federal financial participation, or what we call FFP, with non-federal sources. In California, the state match is the responsibility that is passed on to counties. Matching funds for that non-federal share includes realignment dollars, county general fund, and to some lesser extent, the Mental Health Services Act funds. Except for the general fund, all sources have various restrictions. So let me now talk about payment reform background. So there are a number of things that are shifting under payment reform. And I think many of you have heard that with many of our providers that has spoken to you, advocating for the change in rates. So prior to CalAIM, for example, behavioral health providers used a limited number of service codes, or what we call HCPC codes, to claim for services. Now it's changing to a much more broader range, or what we call CPT codes, that really allows us to bill on a granular level the kinds of services that people are coming to seek services for. In terms of payment methodology, cost-based reimbursement model is administered by the state, is has a lot of burden, administratively burdensome. The complexity of cost settlement process creates a significant audit risk, and we've seen that. And more importantly, it is often delayed over the payment back, or the cost settlement is delayed by multiple years. In cost reimbursement, counties claim on an interim basis for each service rendered, and then submit to the state an annual cost report at the end of the year. With fee-for-service, county behavioral health plans claim fee-for-service reimbursement rates at the rates established by a behavioral health plan fee schedule. And prior to July 1 of 2023, BHRS operated under this cost reimbursement plan or model, like with an annual settlement with the state between counties and the state of California, DHCS. CalAIM reforms converts all payments for Medi-Cal from cost-based reimbursement to what now we call a fee-for-service model. Under the fee-for-service model, providers are paid at a fixed rate for each client encounter based on practitioner type. So for example, for outpatient services, a medical doctor, a prescriber, a psychiatrist, or a physician assistant will have higher rates than, for example, an MFT or a certified substance use counselor. So a little bit about the payment reform that's affecting us, specifically on the rate setting, because again, many of our providers have talked about the rates that they're getting are not enough. So DHCS developed county-specific rates based on historical cost reports and other data. So a few years ago, providers and counties were asked to submit this cost to the state. Counties had no input nor the opportunity to review the rates prior to the release of the state. So we had no input. We submitted all our data. Providers submitted all our data, and then the state, the Department of Healthcare Services, rolled out these rates without any sort of input for us before they were released. All these payment rates are all inclusive and cover clinical services, whether provided by us in county or provided by our contracted providers. This also includes the administrative costs. All these inclusive rates prevent BHRS from subsidizing rates near or 100%. And I will tell you, having looked at the data, these rates vary from county to county. So what is now the state with our contractors? So historically, our contracted providers have been paid 1/12 of their cost-based contracted amount, right? So whatever their maximum contract is, we divide it by 12 for the 12 months, and we pay them on a monthly schedule. Because we knew the change to fee-for-service will be an adjustment for our providers, we made the year 23-24 a learning period. We continued with the 1/12 payment, but also worked closely with our providers to prepare for the shift to fee-for-service. Many of our providers began sharing concerns related to cash flow, so we maintained on the 1/12 basis, but added quarterly reconciliation. So at every quarter we would say, is the utilization sort of enough? Is the payment less or more? Do you need more of that, depending on the utilization of the services? This meant that fee-for-service payments, so that's calculated by billable services times the rate, are reconciled against the 1/12 payments received. Over the many, many months, we began seeing insufficient service volume and inadequate state rates. And now are causing recoupment scenarios for our contracted providers. So since then, we provided, since again we rolled out the payment reform, we've provided lots of support to our contractors to make the shift as seamlessly as possible. So we, for example, developed a global reimbursement template to assist them in calculating how much they would need in terms of services related to the rates. We've met with them monthly, sometimes bi-weekly, to help them understand what is changing, what kinds of things that they need to improve their services, expand their services. We offer a monthly training related to CalAIM to these providers. We actually have created a CalAIM committee, and providers are sitting there to learn what's sort of happening in the state. For our substance use providers, we offered a clinical consultant, helping them to assist with their documentation, treatment planning, and also provide consultation on just how to make their work efficient, effective, improve the quality of care, increase and maximize their billable service. And we also, using Mental Health Services Act funds, provided one-time incentives for these providers so they can assist in their CalAIM payment reform preparation. We also funded, for example, activities so that they can do more outreach to get more clients. We provided training for our staff so that they can expand the services that they provide. But really continues to be sort of a challenge that many of our providers are facing. And so my last slide will just talk about next steps. Sherry, I might need your help. So we will begin, slide 11, please. Thank you. We will begin our full shift for fee-for-service beginning July 1 of 2025. And we are seeing that this is actually the first step for what the state calls value-based purchasing, for example, like capitation, where providers receive a fixed amount per patient per unit of time, regardless of the units or the services rendered. We are engaging an actuarial firm so that we can help understand the rate structure that is best fit and appropriate for BHRS, but also for our providers. And we have been, through our statewide association, advocating to DHES to update the rates as counties. And then we will continuously provide technical assistance to our providers to really ensure that they are successful in this shift to fee-for-service. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's ironic that they're using the term fee-for-service when it's really a capitated system, correct?
It's kind of moving towards that, but it's sort of fixed rates, yes.
So how many providers do we have in San Mateo County?
For behavioral health, I would say about 40.
40.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that they had insufficient service volume, which would suggest that maybe we need fewer in order that they can have the volume necessary to make it pencil out.
So there are providers that provide the same kinds of services, so we actually are looking at that. And so as we're talking to the providers and so we as a behavioral health plan are required to have compliance, like network adequacy. And so, and there are services that we have to provide that are mandated. So we're ensuring that at least the mandated services we have, and the ones who are offering, we have multiple providers that provide the same services. Is there a way to think about that a little bit differently and offer for them to think about other services that they want to offer? Yes.
How are we going to monitor to make sure that, since they're, for all intents and purposes, capitated, that they continue to provide the level of service we expect for those mental health clients?
So
they're not shorted, is what I guess the question.
So all our contracts have program analysts. As I said, that we are meeting with them on a monthly basis to look at their data, to look at their information. We have chart reviews, we have audits that we are required by the state to do, so we're doing all of that. We're looking at their contracts and their performance metrics. So that's also part of the decision that we're making, is saying, are you reaching sort of the quality of care that really is needed? And are there other additional services that you're interested in providing that we actually lack? So we have analysts and program managers that look at that.
And do you get complaints from clients as well?
We do, and we have a compliance line, we have a grievance line, and we investigate every issue that comes up through those lines.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? so if you could, so this is a huge paradigm shift, right? We're going for fee for service. Can you talk a little bit? We had I think a meeting last week with some of these providers. Can you talk a little bit about the potential impacts and contraction of facilities and what that looks like?
And it's really complex. As I said earlier, utilization for many of our services have declined. The rates is sort of not enough for many of our providers. Incidentally, it's not all the rates. So in our mental health rates and some of our substance use rates, the rates are actually good. We have two particularly, our residential treatment rates and our withdrawal management, sort of detox, are very low compared to our Bay Area counties. So I think part of the question, and then the one that we spoke about is the administrative burden that CalAIM is requiring many of our entities that, while very good probably clinically and have focused and invested on providing staff that can do direct care, the infrastructure of some of our providers have not been great, like really no compliance, poor little quality management infrastructure, again, doing audits that are on a regular basis, aside from what we do as behavioral health, but really internally to do that. And then, as I said earlier, cash flow has been an issue for many of them.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to understand is, when we talk with these different contract providers, they're saying that they're going to have to close their doors, some of them, in terms of the beds. But you're saying that's not the case. I think that what you're saying is that it's going to have no impact whatsoever. I'm just curious to how you arrived at that.
Well, there are partners that already have done their own due diligence and saying it's not, the scale of it is not enough for us to continue. So they've made those decisions. I think I talked to you about Kaminar, and we've offered different scenarios for the rates, really hoping that they would increase their utilization, but they still, at the end of the day, decided that the rates that we were offering were not enough. So I feel like that's what they're doing, is they're really thinking about doing some soul searching. Is it the scale of the work? Are we able to provide the services that's rendered to keep us afloat? And I think the conversation too is, can they provide services efficiently and effectively, kind of in a lean machine these days? Because if you don't provide the service, you won't get paid.
Yeah, and what I'm concerned about is, I understand the finances, and I understand, we're working in concert with Connie and our legislative team and lobbyists in Sacramento to see what we can do to up the reimbursement rate. I think last week you were in Sacramento, I was in Sacramento. And so that's a good sign. I always think about, well, what is the impact to the end user? So you look at, there's a nonprofit right now, because of this change with CalAIM, is probably, it's the number is now $465,000. And so I guess my question to you is, there is no impact. I guess we'll still be able to provide quality care with and accommodate everyone. Is that correct?
So right now, for example, we have, again, multiple providers that are providing the same service. So looking at the need, we're able to still address those needs. Right. What I'm worried about is some of for example, the detox, which we have one or two services, or one organization in this county, and if they don't make it, we are required by the state to provide those services to Medi-Cal beneficiaries. So we're working with them, trying to look at also other providers that are probably beyond the county. That's also the challenge, is many of the entities across the Bay Area are also rethinking about whether they're able to make it because of for example, the rates.
Great. Look, I know we're trying to do with what we can. What I would ask for is for you to report back to the board in 3 to 4 months. I know there are nonprofits such as Free at Last, Star Vista, Kaminar. I think it's really important for the board to continue to track this. The other thing is, I really want to be data-driven. I want to understand sort of the numbers behind the people. And so do you have a dashboard that we can look at now in terms of clients, and then a dashboard we can look at moving forward? I just want to make sure that we're, potential gaps, where the gaps are, or maybe non-gaps.
We don't have a dashboard, but we actually have utilization data all the way from 5 years. Okay. So that's what actually we're doing when we meet with the providers, is we're showing them the data from the last 5 years and seeing what happened with 5 years ago, you were seeing clients that are 40 and now you're at 10 or 4. So we actually are meeting with them and sharing that information, but we don't have a dashboard yet.
You don't have a dashboard yet. Okay, great. Well, I'll just conclude by saying this: the data is really going to be important. And when I hear from our CBOs, nonprofits, that this is really something that can adversely affect them in terms of revenue and closing potentially services, that's worrisome to me. So just want to track that and see how we're doing moving forward. Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, I want services to match demand. And so going back to what Supervisor Spear was asking about, I am curious on the implementation of Proposition 36. I'm told that I read that our local judicial system isn't completely implementing it. And I'm wondering if you have any insight as to what is the demand there, the number of people who are opting not to go into the drug court, and what that impact would be if they did.
So I can't, from what we know today, that we actually have one referral for Prop 36. Now, in the conversation that I heard through the sheriff's office about the numbers of the people that can qualify, at least in January for like a month, I think it was about 45 people. But again, that will go through the judicial process. But so far, the referral to behavioral health has been one person.
Right, and my understanding is, because I see my colleagues looking puzzled, my understanding is what I read is that our local judge who's tasked with this is not fully implementing Prop 36 yet, and that's why there's only been one referral. People are still opting not to go in. And so I just wanted we need to understand what that demand is too in this area, and it may just be that there's a lag in the implementation. I'm not criticizing that judge yet, but I do want to understand what's happening there, because if there is a difference in implementation that happens later and we have lost service providers, that's a problem too.
So when we looked at some data, and that's the same, but during the time where the Substance Abuse Crime Prevention Act was in place, the last year we had about 600 people that were sort of eligible and that came through our system. But obviously that was a little bit over a decade ago.
So at its full robustness a decade ago, it was 600 as opposed to one?
Right now at this point, implemented in December of this year.
That is the issue. So thank you.
And just Supervisor Musher, just to add that when Prop 36 was sort of implemented, there were no treatment funds available to actually prepare for the increase of people that will be eligible under Prop 36.
Right, so that's to be followed up by the state legislature.
Yeah, we're waiting.
But those are all the demand signals that we have to take into account of, because if we lose providers, that's a problem. If we get back to full robustness of pushing people into treatment.
Mr. President, it would appear that it would be worthwhile to sit down with the judiciary and find out what is motivating this. I thought I heard that there was an incentive not to participate in the program, but I don't know that for a fact. So maybe we could schedule a meeting with the.
I'd be happy to do that with you to fully understand this issue, and that's why I said I'm not criticizing the judiciary yet on this issue. I just need to understand why it's not fully implemented yet.
And I guess one last question: we have 40 providers. How many clients do we have?
So we serve about 15,000 clients every year. So, yeah. Again, I also just think with our providers, we have providers that are huge, and then we have providers that are small, that operate on a smaller scale. So I think part of that is, again, if you have like 4 beds compared to an entity that has 30 or 40 beds, there's the scale difference there. And the same operating costs. Right? So just thinking about, again, many of our providers that really are doing some soul searching, thinking about what will be their niche, what kind of services that they're wanting to provide. And then for us, thinking about can we match the needs of the medical clients with the services that we have. And that's our priority, is that the needs is matched by the services that we have through our providers and the county services.
Are these all inpatient services?
Oh, no.
So
no,
they're
it's,
both inpatient and
outpatient,
When you
intensive
said
outpatient.
beds, it made me think.
Well, there are residential beds, for example, that people that need a higher
Right,
level
no, I
of care.
understand that,
Yeah.
but
But it's a gamut.
thank you.
Thank you. I do think that it's really important that we understand the complexities of the implementation of Prop 36. So I'm glad to hear that my colleagues will be looking into that. I had two questions, Dr. Africa. One is just regarding the process of looking at the rates and whether you think we'll have data soon to be able to go back to the state to renegotiate rates, or if it's too early to consider that right now.
What I understood about a year ago was that the Department of Healthcare Services were open to look at the rates specifically for counties that felt that some of them it was not even making it didn't make any sense. But given the federal landscape, my understanding is that there has sort of been a pause on kind of advocating that. So I basically saying we heard an interest, sure, but then it kind of paused a little bit beginning this year. Again, also, we had no say on the rates. So what probably will happen if they are interested in looking at revising the rates or updating the rates is the counties will be asked with their providers to send the cost, and they will do their own calculation.
And the implementation data will be, I'm assuming that the state would review that, and
Yes.
that's, I think, what you're working so hard on is making sure that our providers understand that we need to increase implementation rates if we're going to be successful in asking for increased rates at the state.
Actually, it's increase in utilization of services.
Like that's right. I'm sorry. Wrong word. Thank you. So do you think, how can the board help you and BHRS in advocating for the path forward for our county?
Well, I think what I already heard, like through the legislative action of really, and elevating that some of the rates really are not it's not enough, would be, I think, a legislative action. And I know that Connie's aware of that. I think you're just sort of support to continue engaging our providers to talk to us, because really are doing a lot of problem solving with them. And also having them being open to think differently. And I think it was Mike who said that, like, is there a way to think about these things differently? But also, maybe there are other funding sources that our providers can look at. Many of our providers are dependent on county. And so now we're also encouraging other philanthropy, other entities that also will be able to support the work that they're wonderfully doing by looking at other funding sources, for example, and not just be dependent on county funds.
Thank you. I know that Connie is working on this, but I do think that it's important that we advocate for increased rates and advocate for increased utilization from providers. So I'm gonna express interest in maybe in a couple of months exploring whether it's the right time to form actually a subcommittee to work on this. But thank you for this update. It's been very thorough, and I do think it's important for all of us to have on our radar. Thank you.
Great. And let me just speak a little bit to Connie's work. And so what the board has done, every year we have our legislative priorities. Working with Connie, we've identified that this is one of our priorities, and we'll continue to do that. But I think the exploration of a subcommittee, and I'd love to be on that subcommittee on how we move this forward, I think is going to be critical after we do an evaluation and analysis. And so with that, do we have any public comment?
Thank you for the report. Are we impacted by the Office of Healthcare Affordability at all? Are they participating or dictating the rates or utilization at all?
So the ones that we are working closely with the Department of Healthcare Management and also the Department of Managed Care, but not that one yet.
Okay. And then of the 40 providers, is there not opportunities to bring them all together? I know that I heard from Freya last that's afraid of what may happen, and I I'm concerned about what may happen in the community if they're not able to provide services. But what are we doing to just really understand how they're being impacted and collectively?
So many of the providers that we have are part of the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Contractors Association. So I meet with them monthly. We talk about sort of issues. As I said, we are meeting with them pretty much monthly to go over everything that we're talking about, utilization, rates. Are there things that we can change to enhance your billable services, for example? But it's the Contractors Association that is the body that brings all of those providers together. So if there's an interest, I know that they have invited are inviting each of the Board of Supervisors to meet with them and join them in that meeting. So that's one area to do that. But I think they also have slowly come to you all one by one now, advocating for some resources. So that's also another way that they're doing it.
Thank you for the report.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Gaucher. Do we have any public comment?
Nothing from chambers, Mr. President, but I do see one hand raised at this time for item number 7. We'll go ahead and call IVC from Pacifica. Please unmute and begin. Thank you, Ivy. No further comments, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I note that this is an informational item and that does not require board action. So I thank you, Dr. J, for this report. The next item on the agenda is item 8 from Planning and Building, which is a public hearing and a resolution to adopt the general plan amendment regarding the 2023-2031 San Mateo County housing element to the county's general plan, and directing submittal of the adopted housing element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Mr. Monowitz.
Good afternoon, President Canepa, supervisors, executive staff. I'm very pleased to be up here today after over 2 years of work on our housing element to let you know that on March 7th, the State Department of Housing and Community Development sent me a letter identifying that they are satisfied with the work that we have done on the housing element. And so I'm here to ask for your support in adopting it. In the interest of time, Sherry, if you don't mind going straight to slide 6. I'm going to skip the background slides because I know you're all familiar with the process and the requirements, but I did want to highlight some of the substantial new requirements in this cycle because that really does explain some of the hard work that the team had to put into it, and I want to thank Will Gibson and Bharat Singh for all the efforts. So I'll just go ahead and do that myself. Okay, so I mentioned substantial new requirements. Our RENA, that's the amount of housing we need to accommodate in the county, jumped 300%. We're now at close to 3,000 units. There were new affirmatively further fair housing requirements. That's the way in which we spread the different types of housing throughout the county. You may recall that we've done substantial rezonings in the North Fair Oaks area in the past. That's not part of our rezoning program. We looked at other areas of the county for this cycle. And then during the process, there were many changes to state law that we had to adapt to. and the state guidance for addressing new requirements was evolving as we went, so there was a little bit of movement in the goalposts. But we got there, and this is just the summary of our efforts. So we originally submitted in January of 2023. The state responded in April, recommending certain changes. We completed those changes and resubmitted after the board adopted a subsequent version on April 24th. And HCD responded with additional changes July 5th, 2024. And I would note that for the period between April and July, we had made requests to the state to work collaboratively with them on some of the issues that prevented them from certifying our plan in the first place. They weren't able to provide that assistance the first time, but the second time we made that request after receiving their second letter in July, they agreed to do so. And we've been working collaboratively with them over the past few months to get to where we are now. And so the next part of the presentation will summarize the changes that have been made since the board last looked at the plan, and I'll ask Will Gibson to do that.
And just for the members, this is this is in your package as well. But thank you, Mr. Gibson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. As Steve indicated, I'm just going to walk quickly and in the spirit that Steve presented. I'll do so as quickly as possible. I know we are running late today. Just a brief overview of the changes between the housing element that your board adopted in April of last year and the version that HCD has at long last determined is consistent with state law. So in brief, some of the more minor amendments to the housing element based on HCD's feedback and requirements. This version contains significant additional analysis of housing conditions, needs, and barriers, much more detailed information on the county's regulations, policies, and our development review and approval processes for housing. A commitment to extensive technical revisions to our regulations, particularly our zoning regulations, to comply with various provisions of state law, particularly involving special needs housing, transitional housing, housing for the people with disabilities, and various other types of housing, and a much more robust assessment of fair housing conditions and needs, and more detail on our fair housing programs. And then, as you can see in both the staff report that you have with this item and the attached housing element with the redlined text, there are far more extensive edits throughout, but many of them are minor, are technical, or just expansions of materials that were already in the housing element. The major change in response to HCD and the major stumbling block in us succeeding in getting HCD's approval over the entirety of this process has been changes to our sites inventory and rezoning program in the housing element. And the sites inventory is the assessment of existing developable sites that are available for housing production. The rezoning program is our commitment to identify and rezone other sites to meet our unmet regional housing needs allocation based on shortages in the sites that we already have. So in response to HCD's requirements of us, we've significantly reduced the projected development potential on a number of multifamily sites in the existing sites inventory. We ultimately removed a number of sites from our rezoning program, particularly in unincorporated Colma and the Harbor Industrial Area. We have raised the densities, the maximum densities on rezone. We have raised the allowed densities on a number of the rezoning program sites up to 120 units per acre in unincorporated Colma, Broadmoor, and the Harbor Industrial Area. And then we provided significant additional analysis to justify the projected development on all of the sites in both the sites inventory and the rezoning program. So we started with the housing element adopted by the board last year with 126 parcels in the rezoning program. We now are down to 35 parcels totaling only 12 acres. And importantly, we've not added any sites to either the sites inventory or the rezoning program. It is only refinement and reduction of what was already in the housing element. Again, removal of many sites in unincorporated Colma, the Harbor Industrial Area. The sites are still distributed across the same 4 county areas as in the prior version: Colma, Broadmoor, Harbor Industrial, and El Granada. And again, the densities in the Bayside areas are somewhat higher, just providing a slightly greater development potential on the sites that are identified. So what that gets us to, you can see here for the sites inventory, the existing developable sites, absent our rezoning program. When you look at the analysis here, our RENA is in the green column in total and by income level. And then the columns on the right show the development potential of vacant single-family residential sites, existing vacant and non-vacant multifamily residential sites, units that are already in the production pipeline, and then projected development of accessory dwelling units. And that gets the total in the final column. As you can see here, that's what we get against our RENA, and there is a deficit across both the total RENA and in every income category. So when we add the rezoning program in, shown in green, those are the units that are projected to be produced by the sites that we rezone in all of the rezoning areas identified in the housing element, and we end up with a surplus in every category and a buffer over our RENA, as you can see, both in total and across income categories. However, it's a significantly lower buffer than we had in the prior housing element. Due to the changes required by HCD, we did have to reduce all of the numbers, but the important thing is there is still a buffer in every category, and HCD has accepted that buffer and determined that it is suitable. So that's the summary of both the essence of the minor changes and the most significant change and stumbling block that we have overcome. The housing element must be circulated for public comment. Any draft housing element must be circulated for public comment, in this case for 7 days by state law. We circulated it from January 23rd to February 3rd and then submitted to HCD. And just to note, adoption of the updated housing element is a general plan amendment adopted by resolution. It will replace the prior adopted housing element should your board adopt it. And I just, again, to note here, similarly, as I said, there are no new sites in the housing element. There are no new rezoning program sites, and there are no new substantive policy commitments that your board is being asked to adopt today. It is essentially a refinement of what you previously adopted. Policies are expanded. We do have a new commitment to monitor a number of policies that we are using to implement the housing element on an ongoing basis and to assess them as we go. And we have committed to explore either changed or new policies mid-cycle in the housing element cycle should those policies prove to be ineffective. So we do have monitoring commitments, we have assessment commitments that are new, but in general, this is primarily an iteration of what your board previously adopted. We did conduct environmental review for the prior versions of the housing element, determining that there are no potential negative impacts from adoption of the housing element. That assessment still applies to this version of the housing element, so no additional environmental review is required prior to your adoption. And just importantly, this is a major step in this process. Adoption is very important. We will not be done with the process until we undertake and complete the rezonings that are associated with the housing element. That will be the final step. We are identifying a consultant right now. That contract for a consultant to undertake that work should be before your board in May of this year, and then we'll be working on that throughout the remainder of the year. And that will be the final step in the housing element update process. With that, staff's recommendation is that the board, by resolution, adopts the 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan in compliance with state law, replacing the prior housing element. And with that, I will turn it back over to Steve for any questions you may have.
Great. Are there any questions for our planning department and Steve Monowitz?
Yes. Chair, just thank you. This is great news to see that we've reached this place. Can you tell me the role of ABAG? Because I know the two of us are on ABAG. What is ABAG's role when it comes to the RENA numbers and how it impacts our county?
Yes, my understanding is ABAG and MTC works very closely with the state to determine those numbers. In past cycles, we had the opportunity to collaborate with the other cities within the county to talk about those numbers and how they would be distributed. That was not an option this cycle, so that's one thing that changed. But my understanding, and we'll jump in if you know any more, is that ABAG and MTC shared data with HCD to determine those numbers.
So as someone who represents the county, I want to make sure that we continue to have this dialogue so that we can represent the county in those rooms when they're thinking about housing and this information as well. But thank you for reaching this stage.
We certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm very excited that we are here finally and that we have a really strong housing element with commitments that I think are really important. I just have one question. And my question is, will the board receive periodic updates on housing element implementation and progress? And if so, how often will these be?
The answer is yes, you will. Oftentimes they will come in conjunction with projects that we're moving forward that are envisioned by the housing plan. And I actually wanted to just take a quick opportunity to mention a few of them because I think they're relevant to some of the earlier discussions regarding need for affordable and farm worker housing. Supervisor Mueller mentioned the sites analysis that's being undertaken in Pescadero to find viable housing sites there. We intend to expand that analysis to look at the larger South Coast area to see where we can potentially find some additional sites. We intend to pursue an amendment to our local coastal program with the California Coastal Commission to make it easier to build sites in the coastal zone. And so those are just a few of the projects that we'll be actively working on that will come back before your board and will provide us with an opportunity to update you on our progress. And
Thank you. Oh.
Just to note, in addition, we are required once a year to report to HCD and to the Board of Supervisors on the progress of both our housing production against the regional housing needs allocation and the progress of each and every policy and program within the housing element. That will come to you on May 20th of this year and will be at least annually reported back to you going forward for the rest of the housing element cycle as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Supervisor.
This is new to me since I haven't been on the local level for some time. What is the ramifications of not meeting the RENA numbers?
Well, the ramifications of not meeting the RENA numbers means that certain developments can occur as a matter of right. If I get this right.
So is it the builders?
No, so that's
remedy?
a consequence of not having a certified housing element, and there's a distinction between the two. Okay, in order to have a certified housing element, we need to have this general plan element certified by the state. We also need to complete the rezonings that we've proposed to get to our RENA number. Once we're there, I think the question, that, at least that I interpreted, you asked, what happens if we don't build the units that we've been assigned? And if we don't produce the units at a rate that is going to achieve what we've been assessed, then that does, I believe it's under SB 35 that allows certain developments to occur as a matter of right in certain areas. But that's different from the builder's remedy.
Yeah, there are certain regulations where there are streamlining provisions that would apply to certain developments if we are a county that has not produced significant enough housing to meet our need. We also would be under significant pressure. As I said, we are committed formally in the housing element to monitor our housing production against our targets and to assess whether we need to identify other policies and programs or other rezoning changes that would allow and facilitate additional housing development if it becomes clear that we are not going to meet our targets. We would probably face significant pressure from the state to rezone more areas. I think that would be the primary consequence at the local level.
Thank you.
There's one other significant consequence that I think, was one of the reasons why we're moving so swiftly on the zoning amendments is in order to get full certification, as I mentioned, we need to complete those zoning amendments. Until we do, there are certain state grants that we might not be eligible to receive. So that's one of the most significant consequences.
Great. Thank you so much. I just really want to thank staff. I mean, we've made tremendous progress. Can you talk a little bit, just briefly, very briefly, I'm really excited about what unincorporated Colma, and Broadmoor, what we're doing around upzoning. Can you speak to that a little in terms of housing?
Sure. I just wanted to note that the refinements that Will mentioned they were made in response to the state where they felt like some of the assumptions that we made about our ability to achieve units on that site, they didn't think could be achieved. So that's why you saw some of those changes. But we're trying to move the process through as efficiently as possible, but also make sure that we properly inform the community of what's happening and that we dot all the I's and cross the T's in terms of completing the relevant environmental analysis, assessment of infrastructure needs, and so forth. So that's going to be the majority of work that we'll be undertaking in the next few months to complete those zoning updates.
Great. And then just finally, in terms of your conversations with HCD, it does seem like we've come a long way. With this submittal and with the adjustments that have made, are you pretty confident that they'll accept our proposal or our submittal?
Yes, they have accepted it. So at this point, they just need to be satisfied that we complete the rezoning that we committed to in order for us to obtain full certification.
Great. And when do we expect to hear back from them on whether?
Well, that won't occur until we complete the zoning amendments. Due to the nature of rezoning in the coastal zone, I think it's likely that we will complete the Bayside rezoning first. I believe the rezoning that will occur on the Bayside will be sufficient enough to get us to our numbers. So we may have an opportunity to petition the state to certify based on those zoning amendments alone, and that could be done likely before the end of the calendar year. If completion of the coastal zone amendments are essential to obtaining certification, that will probably extend a little bit into the next calendar year.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that because we really need to be in compliance, right? And so hopefully that will happen. So with that, are there any other comments?
I just want to thank you all. I thought planning was complicated when I was in the city, and then I saw what you have to do in the coastal zone, and it's a whole nother level. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and for the good news. And I want to thank Board President Canepa for his leadership and the strong rezoning in unincorporated Colma and Broadmoor in your district. And I want to just say that we know like the housing element, it's a process, but it's also a really important conversation where we make commitments. And then it's really, I think, on our board and our county to live up to those commitments. We know we're not building enough housing at all income levels, especially in high opportunity areas and areas near transit. So those are areas where we can do more. And we also need to continue to focus on the unique needs of farm workers. And I want to commend Supervisor Mueller for his leadership on farm worker housing in his district, and also the fact that there will be more opportunities for owning, right? Not just renting. I think that's a really important tool, and I honestly love it. So I also know that we need to continue to consider housing centers and how they serve or could better serve people with disabilities. And so again, thank you for all of your work, and I'm really hopeful that we can live up to the commitments that we've made and make progress towards implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I think we'll move to open the public hearing. Do I have unanimous consent to open the public hearing?
Yes.
Seeing that I do, thank you so much. The public hearing is open. I'll ask the clerk to see if there's anyone who wishes to be heard at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one public comment in chambers from Dr. Patrick Horn.
Yes, Dr. Patrick Horn, Interfaith Peninsula Solidarity Cohort, Leadership Council SMC. Thank you, William Gibson, for taking my call when I served on Pescadero Municipal Advisory Council. The council sent a priority letter to Ray Mueller's office, and this housing element reflects all of our priorities, and so I really appreciate that. And also the response from staff in November 2024, we requested funding for an aquifer study and alternative sources evaluation, and in the revised budget there is $132,400 for that, and that will give the answer to the water question. There's plenty of water for development. So again, thanks to staff and to Ray Mueller's office for that. A couple of action items. The CSA 11 extension, if as LAFCO chair you could move the process forward to annex some of the properties that are along that extension, that would open up viable properties for development. And also on April 27th at 11 a.m., which is a Sunday at the Pescadero Community Church, we will be having a program on faith and housing. Everyone is invited. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will go ahead and take comments from Zoom at this time. And I do see we have 2 hands raised. DPCCC Zoom Administrator, followed by Sid Young. Please unmute and begin. Thank you. We'll next go to Sid Young. Please unmute and begin. Thank you. Next we have IVC. Please unmute and begin. Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Great. Okay, that's everyone who wanted to be heard. With unanimous consent, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. I'll bring this back to the board. There is no discussion. With all that said, does the supervisor want to make a motion to adopt the resolution for approval of this item?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear is absent. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes with Supervisor Spear absent for the vote.
Colleagues, what we will do now, and to the public, we will, go into closed session. I'll make a motion. The motion is to amend the agenda to move closed session to after item 8 and before item 9. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spears absent. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have anything to report out on?
We will have something to report out,
Great.
probably. I'm guessing, Mr. President, probably 45 minutes, depending on your questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Great. The time is now 12:46 p.m. and the board is recessing to closed session. If I may ask everyone to please exit the board chambers while we're in closed session. Okay, the time is now 2:05 p.m. and we can call the meeting back to order, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a report out from our county.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take this opportunity to report out that on August 13th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors held a duly noticed closed session regarding the county's lawsuit against the opioid industry. During that closed session, the board unanimously ratified the county's decision to add Albertsons as well as Express Scripts and Optum RX as defendants. I was noting that the record for the minutes of the meeting on that date do not reflect that report out, but I'm making the report out now.
Great. Thank you very much. We next move to item 9.
President?
Yes.
Can I just, for the record, reference that I was in the ladies' room, and that's why I wasn't here to vote on the public hearing, the vote on the resolution adopting a general plan, and if I were here, I would have voted aye.
Great. Thank you so much, and duly noted. We next moved to item 9, which is an introduction of an ordinance amending section 7.04, 025, and 7.04, 030 of the San Mateo County Ordinance Code, and waiving the reading of the ordinance in its entirety. Both of these ordinances sections deal with speed limits in unincorporated Menlo Park and areas of the county. I just want to note that we will take these items, this item separately. We'll take A. My understanding is that Mr. Mueller lives within 30 feet of that project. And then what we'll do is we'll take item B, which Mr. Mueller is allowed to vote on because he does not live in the desired area. So, Ms. Dillman, good evening. Good afternoon. You guys got it. Thank you for the laugh.
Good afternoon, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callagee, Mr. Mates, and Mr. Niblin. I am here today to introduce an ordinance that would establish 25-mile-an-hour speed limits on portions of Santa Cruz Avenue and Alameda de las Pulgas. Just to give a real quick overview of what we're talking about, the area in pink is really the county unincorporated area in West Menlo, and then the red dashed lines around two particular streets, Santa Cruz Avenue and Alameda de las Pulgas, are the areas that I'm here to speak about regarding the speed. This is just a graphic that gives you a sense for what the speed limits are on the adjacent streets. Green is 25, blue is 30, and purple is 35. So you can kind of see the connectivity of the area that I'm speaking to in regards to the other streets. We need to rely on various codes when it comes to looking at speed limits and establishing speed limits. So I've listed for your information a few of the codes that we rely on. One is the prima facie or default speed limits for business and residential districts unless something is set differently by the local authority. We also take a look at how people are driving and how fast they're driving and use that information and data to help set speed limits as well. And then also there's another section of the vehicle code that looks at how roads are classified functionally and also whether particular roads meet certain criteria to be classified as a local street or road. And that has to do with the width of the road, how long the roadway is, and whether the road has traffic in just one lane in each direction. Here is a graphic that shows you the limits of the segment we're looking at on Santa Cruz Avenue. The existing speed limit is 30 miles an hour. This can be identified as primarily residential. It meets the definition for a local street, and we're recommending 25 miles an hour on this segment of Santa Cruz Avenue. This graphic shows Alameda de las Pulgas. We've broken it into two different segments. The first segment shown towards the bottom is in green. That is identified as a business district from Ashton to Harkins. And then the second area is shown in blue. That is identified as a residential district between Ashton and Valparaiso. And we are recommending that both of these be posted at 25 miles an hour. This is our recommendation regarding establishing a speed limit of 25 miles an hour on Santa Cruz Avenue between Alameda de las Pulgas and the corporate limits of the city of Menlo Park, and on Alameda de las Pulgas between Valparaiso Avenue and Harkins Avenue. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions for me, happy to take them.
Great. Are there any questions, comments, Supervisor Mueller?
So for the record, I did clear with County Council whether I can stay on the dais for discussion of A. I'm not going to comment on it. I am conflicted out of it. On discussion of B with respect to Alameda de las Pulgas, I just want to express my appreciation to the Public Works Department. This area is well traveled by students going both to La Entrada and also Las Lomitas Elementary School. This is a much needed improvement to the area. Kids go back and forth across this road all of the time. It's problematic, and I'm very grateful for this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. President, we did receive written comments for this item, which were emailed to the board and made publicly available. And we do have hands raised in Zoom, which I'll go to now. We have 2 speakers, and we were having some audio issues for the recording. So if you don't mind, Mr. President, while they're speaking, much like interpretation, if I could just go ahead and restate and rephrase what their comments are. Okay, we'll start with Greg Ferris, followed by Ron Snow. Greg, please go ahead and unmute your microphone, and I will go ahead and rephrase your comment as you speak, please.
Hi, my name is Greg Ferris. I live in unfortunately Santa Cruz Avenue under consideration. I strongly urge you to make this speed limit reduction. I'd like to note that 2 people have died in the 2 blocks just south of this section. Should I stop?
That's okay. Greg Ferris urges support for this, and noting 2 people have died just south of this intersection.
I had more. I just wasn't sure if you were going to
Through the clerk, we can hear him.
Yes, thank you. It's just that the recording doesn't capture the feed, so it would be great if we could.
Maybe at the end of his comments, you can just very
will
briefly state what he says.
Sure.
One thing I want to point out is Santa Cruz Avenue is 2.5 miles long. The section in question is only 1 block that's 30 miles an hour. It's very problematic to tell cars to go faster for 1 block and then slow down again. The other thing I wanted to mention was this speed anomaly is actually a symptom of another problem, which is the block just to the west of this section of Santa Cruz, the West Menlo Park Triangle, is part of the unincorporated county, but it's surrounded by the city on all 3 sides, and it makes jurisdiction a big problem. This is just one of many symptoms of this. The neighbors applied to join the city 10 years ago. We submitted an annexation application, 80% support, and we're still waiting. And we wish this didn't have to come to the Board of Supervisors, but we've been waiting for 10 years for the city to act. That's all.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and summarize the rest of that comment. So it's difficult to tell the cars to go faster. The block to the west of this is West Menlo Park Triangle, and it's unincorporated, but it's surrounded by what is part of Menlo Park City. The annexation application that they have has 80% support, but they're still waiting for it to be approved. I'll go to the next speaker, and this is for Ron Snow. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Thank you very much. Sherry?
Great. I will go ahead and attempt to summarize. So, in favor to be a more consistent and safer speed, this request has already been supported by a majority of the community for over a decade. Please consider supporting an additional change. This resolution currently covers the business district, but 25 miles per hour is still unsafe. You can talk to business owners who are witness to close calls and accidents involving cyclists. The area is scored with dozens of children. Please request that the intersection of Ashton and Harkins also have a reduced speed of approximately 15 to 20 miles per hour, as 80 Avenue next to Dutch Goose already has this. And that's the end of public comment.
Great, thank you very much. With that, we're going to take item A first. So it's an introduction of an ordinance amending section 7.04025 and S 7.04030 of chapter 7.04 of Title 7 of the San Mateo County Ordinance Code to establish a speed limit of 25 miles per hour on the below designated street segments and waive the reading of the ordinance in its entirety. Can I get a motion on item A? Second?
Second.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller will abstain.
No, I'm recused.
Recuse. Thank you. And Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. What we're going to do is we're going to introduce the same ordinance. This is just for B, and that's on Alameda de la Pulgas between Valparaiso Avenue and Harkins Avenue. So through the clerk, this isn't A and B. This is B separate, so let the record reflect that. Do I have a motion? Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Great. For section B, roll call. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our next item, item 10, which is a resolution to waive the request for a proposal process and authorize an agreement with Cognizant to provide doc assist and field assist artificial intelligence tools for the terms of March 1st, 2025 through February 28th, 2030, an amount not to exceed $2,654,568.91 to the T. It's a familiar face. Chief
Yes.
Keen, how
Thanks
are you?
for having me back. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the board for giving me an opportunity to address you again today and to have hopefully opportunity to provide additional clarity to the conversation we were able to have a couple of weeks ago. I want to start off by saying thank you specifically to Supervisor Mueller for giving me an opportunity to delve into more of the details of the project in a much more defined way. Hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to see those responses. Also want to thank Mr. Niblin and his team for being able to help us with some of the legal questions that were at hand. And also, too, I want to take a moment to recognize the Cognizant vendor team who's here today. They came in person to be able to speak to any specific, maybe technical things that I may not be able to answer as thoroughly that the board may have, any questions they may have. And hopefully I can be a little bit more thorough today and answer any additional questions you guys have in addition to what I already turned in to you.
Great. Thank you, Chief Keen. Mr. Mueller.
Okay, so for my colleagues, and thank you, Chief Keen, for working on this with me. To my colleagues, these are the 19 questions in the report that I asked be answered, and I've worked with Mr. Wentworth. These are going to be included in every AI item that comes to the board, and there'll be actually an AI policy that'll be brought forward to you all to look at so that we can narrow down policy issues when we look at this software. But the one item I did want to update is with respect to question 7. I did have, after the report was issued, I did have further subsequent conversations with Chief Keen and asked how many new, while it is the department, Chief Keen, you correct me if I'm wrong, while it is the department's intention not to eliminate new hire petitions in the budget, there was an acknowledgement that this software would eliminate the need to hire 10 potentially 10 employees. With that in mind, what I'd say to my colleagues and and Chief Keen, what I want to say to you is what I'd like, if the board so desires to move forward today, what I'd like to do is have a report back 1 year from now where you explain what the new jobs are that are going to be created as a result of the potential elimination, the need for the current ones, these 10. Because I think it's incumbent on the county to be looking for those new jobs that everyone talks about are going to come from AI. I think we have to push ourselves to find out what those high-touch jobs are in service delivery, where we're repurposing people with the new information. So 1 year from now, we were going to ask for a report back on what those new jobs are that have been identified for those 10 people.
That sounds absolutely fair, Supervisor. Thank you for the opportunity to come back at that point. And I look forward to at that time also to give an update on just the additional benefits that I believe that our organization will have had during that 1 year period.
That's great. Thank you so much, and thank you for taking the time to fill out this information for us. Appreciate it.
Great job, Supervisor Mueller. Are there any additional comments? Supervisor Spear.
In number 3, it doesn't really answer the question. Does the contract carry provisions the county will immediately be notified of any material complaint the vendor receives from any customer related to the performance of the software? Contract does not contain such a provision. However, the company is deeply committed to maintaining a strong transparent. Either they're going to do it or they're not going to do it.
So since we had the opportunity to answer that question, and Supervisor, I don't know if you want to speak to it.
I actually did press on that. I'm sorry I didn't report out. That is a provision that is going to be included in the contract.
Okay. All right, great. And then on number 5, what gave me pause is the fact that the 3 counties in which the company is operated are what we would call, when I was in the state legislature, cow counties. So there's not any big counties that have subscribed to this particular company's AI resource. So I'm curious, like what is San Francisco doing? What is Alameda doing?
So I don't want to be presumptuous to speak directly for them, but I will tell you that Cognizant is actually working with Alameda County and several other counties that at the time when we answered the questions, we didn't necessarily want to say that they were in full contract, but they're working closely with some of the larger counties. And once again, I have our folks here who may be able to speak more to that. But one of the things that we really want to emphasize is that the specific nature of this particular program is going to allow us to do something unique in probation. And so I think what a lot of our peers around the state are finding out is that this is an opportunity for them to kind of step into that space. So I believe that you'll see the updated list, Supervisor, will include larger and mid-level counties similar to us as well.
All right. I, too, would appreciate a report back to the board in a year, just in general, on the product, because, again, I continue to be concerned that there may be better products out there that we would want to avail ourselves of in a 5-year period of time, and should have the ability to do so. Thank you. I yield back.
All right. Are there any additional comments? Is there any public comments?
I have comments. Chief King, thank you for hanging in there. I know you've been here since the morning, and thank you for working with my colleague and answering all the questions. I just wanted to kind of, this is more of a comment, it's not a question, but point out that, we have approved AI software in other instances, and I'm not sure if we're also working on getting those contracts or departments who are using those softwares, different software, I believe, to go through the same kind of rigorous process. So, for example, I know we approved a contract in January 2024 for AI software at the assessor's office. We also did, I think there was one approved in 2022 before our time on the board for the sheriff's office to be part of a pilot program to assist in criminal investigations. So I do think that, we should look at all of the use holistically and understand the impacts of AI. And also I do recognize that we are using AI, whether we like to think that we are or not. I don't know about you all, but I got a new phone recently, and it will summarize what people are texting me about in a weird way that I've never seen before, and that's kind of crazy to me. Slightly helpful. So yeah, thank you again for coming back to the board, and I do hope that we can, make sure that we are protecting our county and also using AI tools equitably and making fair decisions across all departments.
Supervisor Canepa. So in response, the last time the assessor's office came forward, I did bring forward an AI policy at that time. This just fills it out more. But I do agree with you. We should be applying this across all county departments equally. That's why I worked with Mr. Wentworth in the county counsel's office to bring a holistic policy to the board that takes into account what I hope are all the policy policy considerations that the board would be interested in at the time of approval. And that's what we're attempting to do. So at that time when it comes before you, you all can take a look at it too and see if there's other policy questions that you want to pull from that. But this is a best effort right now to do that, and I appreciate Chief Keene working with us on that. And I think we got to a great place. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Is there any public comment?
I haven't received any speaker cards, but I'll check on Zoom. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment. This is for item number 10 from probation. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. Supervisor Mueller?
So I'll go ahead and move the item forward with the addition that with noting that there was the additional contract term with the report out from material complaint, and then also indicating that there's going to be a report back in 1 year on how the efficacy of the use of the tool, how it's progressing, and also identifying potentially 10 new jobs for those new hires that wouldn't be hired as a result of the use of the product.
Sounds great.
So that's the motion.
Great. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Chief Keene.
Thank you very much, Supervisors. I appreciate your time, and thank you for the opportunity to go through the process. Have a good rest of your day.
We'll now move to our next item, item 11, which is a resolution to authorize the Director, Chief Information Officer, to execute certain necessary contract documents resulting from competitive solicitations for the procurement and renewal of software, hardware, and maintenance up to a total amount of $21,770,000. I love those round numbers, Mr. Wentworth. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates. As you heard from Chief, I'm very happy to be in front of you again today, making more clear the item that's before you today. I want to go back and tell you how the process used to work and what we're attempting to do with this new process. The process used to be that the board would see the items that were brought before you for new technologies brought forward by departments. So those would come to you in the form of a board memo and resolution and contract. And after that, then we would acquire that technology, implement it, and then renewals would happen regularly. And those renewals would go through a SKU process where the Department of Procurement would take a particular number that was related to that technology and put it out for bidding. And so you'll see in attachment A, there are invitations to bid. And I wanted to be very disclosive and transparent about how long some of the technology has been here and the process we use to always ensure that we're getting the best possible price. Some of these technologies, as you see in the description, are very foundational to our work, and they're things that aren't often RFP'd for new replacements because they're very expensive to implement and change. And that was a question that came from your board the last time I was before you, where you wanted to know how this technology got here and what the RFP process looked like. So I hope that explained that piece of it. But the renewals were something that were really, again, a ministerial thing that went through Department of Procurement, and it really wasn't as transparent as we're trying to make it now. And so by bringing these items forward in this new process, or at least the ones we're trying to develop, it hopes to shine a light on this huge amount of money that we spend to keep our operations going. And so with consultation with Supervisor Mueller, we did that. We set about making sure that the number of recruitments, or excuse me, the invitations to bid, the competitive processes that we use in contracting to ensure the fact that we're getting the best possible price and the best possible tools for the county. I'm happy to say that, it is a great partnership with the Department of Procurement, and Jazz Sandhar and her team have always been very helpful for us to do this work. But now with this new process, the work is within the department, and it's our responsibility to work with county attorney on ensuring the fact that we have, the belt and suspenders things in place, like contracts that have terms and conditions. Now, because the industry is the way it is, and you see it in my memo there, we generally have to accept the terms and conditions of these companies. So we're working out that process now with the help of the county attorney's office and the controller in our best effort to create a new path forward. I yield to Mr. Niblin if he has any comments he'd like to add about the legal process related to this.
No, I think it's well covered. I do appreciate our ability to collaborate with you, and I know Jen Stalzer, my office, has been a close collaborator with you in putting this together.
She's amazing. Yep.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Seeing that there are no questions or comments, can we take public comment?
Sure, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker slips from chambers at this time. I'll ask those on Zoom to click raise hand to comment. This is for item number 11 from Information Services Department. We have one hand raised. I believe this is Marina, maybe a Spanish interpreter. Let me just check. Marina? Okay, I'm not.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, we'll go ahead and email you. I don't think we have your information. One moment. No further comments, Mr.
Great,
President.
thank you so much. May I have a motion? All right. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo? Yes. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. The next item on the agenda is item 12 from the County Executive, which is a public hearing and a resolution to authorize a solar energy power purchase agreement for the North County Wellness Center and the makings of findings required for this agreement pursuant to Government Code Section 4217.12. Mr. Callaghan.
The director of the Project Development Unit, Sam Lin, will take this one.
Good afternoon, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates. This afternoon, I'm going to be presenting a proposed power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy and seek your board's approval. And we also have a representative from PCE, Peninsula Clean Energy Program Manager, to be here in case your board has any question. This power purchase agreement is for the North County Wellness Center project, and is located at South San Francisco. The installation of the PV arrays will be at the job site and will be sync up with our construction of the North County Wellness Center project, slated to be completed by the end of 2026 and ready for occupancy in early first quarter 2027. And Peninsula Clean Energy has solicited RFP and secure all the lowest responsible bidders, the electricians, and what have you, to work on this project. And we are going to present basically three highlights on this agenda. The first one is the on-site production. And the second is a power purchase agreement details. And the last would be about the cost-saving analysis. Next, please. So we will be installing PV arrays over the job site and will be provide roughly 1.2 megawatts hours. And that's enough to offset the power consumption for the whole three-story office building. And as far as the agreement details, highlight would be every kilowatts is going to be pricing at around 26 cents approximately, depends on the final coverage. And one thing that's different from the PG&E is that we do not have any cost escalation during this contract. And this contract is spanned for 20 years with options to renew. And every year the power will be able to generate around 1.2 megawatts. And very typical in the PV arrays that over the lifespan of the usage, there's going to be some degrading. And we are secure the performance guarantee at no less than 95% of the performance guarantee. So that ensures the electrical output. And over the lifespan of 20 years, the county will realize the saving approximately $3.4 million. With, of course, the beginning of the year because of the loan repayment and the installation capital depreciation and whatnot. So the beginning year it will be less, but over the span of 20 years, it's going to be $3.4 million savings. That is all for today's presentation, and welcome if you have any questions.
Great. Are there any questions for Mr. Lin? Seeing that there are no... Oh, Supervisor Spear.
Mr. Lin,
Yes.
are they doing a battery backup for us as well?
Not on this one, no.
And why not?
You want- yeah.
Hello, everybody. Well, first of all, thank you all for having me, Board of Directors, President Canepa, and County Executives. Peter Levitt here. I'm a Programs Manager for Distributed Energy at Peninsula Clean Energy. To address your question, Supervisor Spear, the primary priority right now is to ensure that a solar energy system comes online and gets grandfathered into a favorable net metering regime, NEM2, which means that although it's expected to offset 100% of this facility's usage, really that's calculated on a net basis over the course of 1 year. In practicality, the solar system overproduces during the day, and then in the evening when there's facility usage, there's still some that you can draw on the credits that the solar energy system is afforded. In the future, Peninsula Clean Energy is looking at going back to systems like these once they get commissioned successfully to add battery storage. So battery storage will be evaluated with county staff and Peninsula Clean Energy. But our big priority is getting it into that favorable net metering regime, which requires, necessitates that you bring the system online, and then you can look at battery storage after the fact. We can't develop those in parallel, unfortunately. So we will definitely look at battery storage for this facility like we are with all of the facilities under this bigger program that Peninsula Clean Energy is running.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there... Supervisor Gaucher?
I have just a quick question on the 95% performance guarantee. What happens if you miss that performance guarantee? What are the repercussions?
That's a very good question. I believe it's detailed in our contract. They would be asking for either replacement of the panels, or we are asking for monetary compensation. Yes.
It isn't. There is a provision in the contract that deals with the failure to hit the performance guarantee.
Great. Thank you very much. Do I have unanimous consent to open the public hearing? Great. Thank you so much. The public hearing is open. I'll ask the clerk to see if there's anyone who wishes to be heard at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker slips in chambers. Public hearing in Zoom open for item number 12 for the Peninsula Clean Energy item. Please raise your hand to comment. Final call public hearing item number 12. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Spear, would you like to introduce this item? Okay. Wait a second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We'll now move to our last regular agenda item for the meeting, which is item 13, a resolution to affirm a commitment to anti-bullying values and youth bullying prevention, and directing San Mateo County departments and employees to implement actions that promote a safe and respectful community for our youth. I'm sponsoring this item, and I'll say a few words. It's both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today to present an issue that touches the lives of so many young people. An issue that demands our collective attention, compassion, and action, youth bullying. As the Board of Supervisors, we have a duty not only to uphold the well-being of all residents of San Mateo County, but also to create a community where every individual, particularly our youth, can thrive. As a father, I understand this. Today, we are taking an important step toward that goal by considering a resolution that affirms our commitment to the values of respect, kindness, and inclusion, while also taking a firm stance against bullying in any form. Youth who experience bullying, whether physical, verbal, emotional, or cyber, are often left to carry the weight of depression, anxiety, and a sense of loneliness that can follow them into adulthood. Their potential is stifled, their self-esteem shattered, and their ability to fully engage in education and social activities are severely impaired. This is not just the story of the victims, it's also the story of the youth who bully others, as many times they also struggle with their own issues, often victims themselves. These negative cycles can persist, resulting in long-term consequences for the individuals involved and for our community. This resolution reaffirms the county's unwavering commitment to standing up against youth bullying in all its forms and promoting a safe, respectful community where every young person can flourish. The resolution calls on every department and every employee to actively engage in efforts to prevent bullying, to provide education, and intervene when necessary. This resolution also calls us to listen to the voice of those who have been affected, our youth, family, and community members, by evaluating and improving our youth bullying prevention efforts regularly. We can ensure that we're always responsive to the evolving needs of our community. We had today, but he had to go to school. We had San Mateo County Youth Commissioner Colin Chu, who attends Nueva School, but he's unable to be with us. So I don't know, colleagues, if there are any comments? Great. We'll move to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker slips in chambers. I'll ask those on Zoom to go ahead and click raise hand to comment for item 13, affirming a commitment to anti-bullying and for our youth. Please click raise hand to comment. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We got out before 7.
Mr. President,
Oh, I have 2 more.
would you like to take 37 and 39 from the consent? We move to regular?
Thank you, Supervisor Spear. So at this time, Supervisor Spear is going to recuse herself. Why don't we take item number 37? Just when I thought I was done. This is to adopt a resolution authorizing an agreement with Sutter Bay Medical Foundation, a California nonprofit benefit corporation, Palo Alto Medical Foundation for Healthcare Research and Education, PAMF, to provide services for the term of April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $742,272. I just want to tell my colleagues that this is in your packet, and I don't know if there are any questions.
I'll move the item.
Okay.
I think we just need to make sure we get public comment on it. And I do want to note that the supervisor, in an abundance of caution, was noting a potential remote interest, and just for the record.
Great. Thank you so much. We have a motion. We have a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. I'll go ahead and just confirm if we have any public comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
On Zoom. Please go ahead and click raise hand to comment now for item 37, moved from consent to regular. And seeing no hands, I'll take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear recused and left chambers. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 39, and that's to adopt a resolution authorizing a third amendment to the general surgery agreement with Sutter Bay Medical Foundation, a California nonprofit benefit corporation, Palo Alto Medical Foundation for Healthcare Research and Education. Colleagues, this is in your packet. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
Great. May we take, and I know someone's there, Sherry, this time. I know it. May we take public comment?
Let's check now. I don't have any speaker cards in chambers. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 39, moved from consent to regular. Please go ahead and let's see if we have any comments. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Where's Marty Fox when you need him?
I'll go ahead and take the roll call.
There's a motion and a second. Have a roll call.
Supervisor Spear has recused. I'll go ahead to Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned at 2:45 p.m. Thank you.